Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone. Yes, I have this cute little curl going on right now. It happens from time to time, and it's kind of in the way. It's kind of random, but I kind of like it. I can't control the curls, but I have them kind of bunched up. The thing with my hair is, like, right now, I feel like it's too fancy for the shirt I'm wearing. But it almost feels like my hair either looks too fancy or too poofy. So I don't know. I get the sense that, some people would pay good money to have this hair for a wedding night or something. Anyway, welcome. So far in the sandbox, we have Mozart, Hermeteorologist, John Davis, and Jet. Welcome, welcome. It's been quite a few days since my last live stream. Sure, I do an amazing live stream on Sunday. I got over 1K views on it, which is pretty good for me. Nailed it, just nailed it. And then Monday, I'm busy all day, and what happens? Nothing major at all. Oh, and I didn't even have the time or energy or anything to hop on stream quickly on Monday, and now every other like Canadian-ish, news-ish covering people have already talked about Justin Trudeau resigning. Even some American outlets have covered it, and I'm finally here covering it after everyone else has given their commentary and stuff. So, I think I'll just snark it out. I think I still feel like I have things I can add to this commentary I haven't heard from other people. So it's always good to hear from more than one source on a lot of things. Because I like to think I have things I can add to the discussion, things that were missed out. Okay, just checking. Thank you, Hermeteorologist. I was just about to ask, how am I looking and sounding? It's always good to have like a sandbox full of producers. Yeah, but Monday was fun. I finally got to the car garage about my headlight that was out. And I was thinking, okay, I need a new light bulb. Well, that was one expensive light bulb. Turns out it wasn't the light bulb. Some sort of critter had chewed through the wires. And I'm thinking, I don't let Abernathy outside, so he's in the clear. So they needed to get a new part because they couldn't just rewire it. So that light bulb was over $100. But you kind of need both headlights. You can get in trouble without them. So that was unplanned, and then that took up most of my day because I wasn't planning on spending so much time at the car garage. Luckily, they were kind enough to let me use a cord and a charger because for some reason I didn't bother to check my phone before I left my home to find out that it was nearly out of juice, because otherwise I would have brought a cord and a charger with me, which I did not do. So I was able to charge up my phone a little bit at least so I could stay up to date with some of the news. But yeah, a lot of people have already covered a lot of what I'm going to be talking about. So I'll try to add in some of my wit, charm, snark, sass, whatever you want to call it. It is interesting though, because I've watched a lot of the coverage, because I'm not one of those content creators who'd be like, I don't watch any other content creators for reasons. I actually do watch a lot of other content creators, and I also watch things that I plan on covering from them as well, Partly because, you know, sometimes they're more educated about a topic, so it can give me good perspective. But other times to let me know, like, what is it that they haven't talked about that actually is something I can talk about to make it slightly different. So I'll be doing that. But, you know, there's been lots of wonderful coverage from like Rachel Gilmore, Lance from the Surfs, David Dole. They've all done some really, Steve Boots has done some really, really good coverage. So I'll just come in here and be like, he's gone. Somebody thinking it was the house hippos or mini bears that ate through the cord. Yeah. Well, it wasn't Abernathy. He's in the clear because, like I said, I don't let him outside. He's notorious for chewing cords in here, so. So I'm just waiting. Let's see, how are we doing so far? Okay, we got about 9 people watching. See about getting a few more people in. But I've been working on the script for TYT. Like, I've still actively been working on it. Because I know before I've promised all these times I'm doing a script about blank. Or I plan on doing a video about blank. But the difference with this one is I've actually started to write it. And it's gonna be a doozy. So many. It's clip heavy. It's very, very clip heavy. Like, instead of me just saying things, it's going to be me showing things. So you're not hearing it from me, you're hearing it from the horse's mouth, so to say. Just some of the contrasts, some of the things that have been said, some of the things that should be known better type thing. I've had to watch so much content over the last little while. And then, of course, apparently jank is going on with David Pakman, like today at some point. So that's another one that I'll have to watch for analysis sake, which, when I'm done this video, I need to watch like the dumbest thing possible. And I'm trying to think, like, what is the dumbest movie I could watch that will just like kind of drain my brain? Like, I suppose there's always Street Fighter. That's a guilty pleasure of mine that I haven't seen in ages. With Jean-Claude Van Damme. Hello, Gunstroke the Cybertonian and Igloo. It's nice to see you. But yeah, so I have a lot of law stuff to do for the TYT video still, though. Because, like I said, it is clip heavy, which means I have to make all the clips and the montages and the sizzlers, as they call it. And then put in scripted stuff that I want to say for that, make sure I have everything, check all my notes, then actually shoot myself. That sounded dark. Then actually record myself doing the script and then edit it all together. So it's going to be a while before this video is out. I also need to talk to somebody first. So I'll try reaching out to them. Oh, and speaking of talking to other people, got a little surprise for you guys next week. A little finally something. Boston Brian will be coming on my show next Tuesday. I saw him through Ben Dixon. Ben Dixon was doing a cross stream with him. And so I reached out and be like, hey, you want to come on my show? Because they're all like, hey, we need to do more lefty crossover shows. And I'm like, hey, I'm a lefty. And it's always like, I'm usually like, sometimes when I'm watching these things and I'm hearing them say, oh, we need more female voices and all this sort of stuff. I'm like, I'm right here. I'm right here. So I was able to reach out to Boston Brian. So he's going to be on my show. So I'll have to do a little bit more research to find out more about who he is. But the organization he's with, Minus Touch, MT, they do a lot of good work. So, you know, I'm looking forward to it. And also for those of you, don't tell him, but you know what's in store. For those of you who knows what happens to Americans the first time they come on my program. Nobody tell him. It's always nice when it's a little surprise. He's from Boston. He should be able to get some of it. I'm just saying. Oh. So, yeah. That is what's been going on. Little updates and stuff. I don't know. There's like a lot to go over today. Even though I only have like 2 major stories and then just a couple teeny tiny ones that I'm going to put in between. Because it is Justin Trudeau resigning. I have his speech, the speeches of others, what it means, breaking it down. So for people who are wondering, yes, he is still prime minister as of this moment. So he will be stepping down once there's a leadership race, and then there will be a new prime minister for all of 2 months. So whoever they elect in to be the leader of the Liberal Party will be the next prime minister. But then there's immediately going to be an election, so they're only going to be prime minister for like 2 months. So that'll be interesting. But yeah, I have some frustrations with like Jugmeat on this and whatnot. Just he seems so eager to call for the next election, even though I caught an article earlier where he's like, given the threat with Trump tariffs and stuff, I don't think we should have an election all that soon, and he won't vote for non-confidence. But then as soon as Justin Trudeau steps down, we'll vote for non-confidence right away. It's like, oh, come on. I should have saved that. Darn it. I should have saved that article. Let's see if I can find it again quickly. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so on... I'm glad I found that quickly. So on December 18th, like last month, like not even a month ago, it was Jugmeat says U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's looming tariff threat is part of the reason why he's not committing to voting non-confidence in Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government. So I will toss that into the docket and we'll get more into it as we cover his statements. I think I want to put it there. A little spoiler as to what I'm going to be doing. Did I not have... Oh my gosh, there's like so much stuff. I thought I had, there was another statement from him. Sorry. No, that would be part of the other part. Could have swore I saw one where he's like, as soon as he gets back into office, we're calling for a non-confidence vote. Just, I'm looking through his Twitter feed right now to see if I can quickly find it, which I can't. But it's just, it's so... He's very, oh, is it in the actual statement? No, it's not. Okay. Anyway, he's been doing a lot of the slogan-y things right now that Pierre Poilievre has been doing, which is just super frustrating. I've been trying to get into the Majority Report to tell them how to pronounce Pierre Poilievre. For Americans, it's pronounced Skippy. Because they were talking about it today. And I'm like, oh, I want to do it. I want to talk. Mike Frame says, I recommended Loner Box for coverage and criticisms of Majority Report. I can try to check them out because I'm very curious as to what kind of criticisms you would have for the Majority Report because they're perfect. No, they're not, but I tend to agree with pretty much everything they say. So I'd be interested to see where the criticisms lie, because I'm open to criticizing them. Yeah. As I say, I'm very like the devotion I have for Majority Report is very much earned, and it's absolutely conditional. Like my fandom of them is so conditional based on, what they do, how they say, and stuff like that. And I'm open to criticizing them should there be things that I feel like should be criticized. Mozart, Boston Brian is very big on the war in Ukraine, where he's able to use a lot of his World War II knowledge and is on the side of Palestinians as well. Wow, he looks really good for his age then, if he from his World War II knowledge. Just saying, he survived that well. Oh, amateur expert in World War II. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Mozart also saying Boston Brian, I believe he came into prominence after being on Hal Sparks' show fairly regularly, but he's definitely more left than Sparks, with whom he's debated Israel-Palestine. I came across the name Hal Sparks because as I was doing research for TYT, started coming across a bazillion channels covering TYT's controversy, their downfall and stuff. And there was a video from Hal Sparks. And I watched it. I'm like, I know his name from something. I can't think of it for the life of me. Like I checked, it's like, okay, so he's like a comedian or something. But I'm trying to think of like what I actually know him from, and it's just complete blank. But yeah, the vast majority of criticisms is coming from white males, of course, because that's most content creators on YouTube. So it's good to have, a little bit of a variety with me, and I'm only half male, so. Igloo. Oh, that was Jugmeat's presser, wasn't it? It might be in the presser. I've listened to parts of it. I have it here. So it might be in that, but I thought I saw it in print somewhere where he said he's going to call for a vote of no confidence as soon as it opens, which just makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. And it's like, you're just asking for the conservatives to get into power sooner. That's all it is. Because here's the thing, the flat out thing, now that Justin Trudeau has announced his resignation, nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed. The outcome of the election right now, nothing has changed. Pierre Poilievre was going to win before. He's still going to win. It's just, but we'll get a little bit more into it. Is all hope lost? Not necessarily, but yeah. It's not that I'm, like, that's the thing. I don't want people to think I'm being doomer about it, because I'm not being doomer. It's more of a reality. It's just, it's a reality thing. And instead of people hoping for a different outcome, I just want people to prepare for the outcome that's coming our way. Be ready, get the signs ready, get your protest shoes on, get ready to hit the streets as soon as Pierre Poilievre is in power, so that we can start protesting to protect our rights and stuff. A few more people jumping in here. Sasha G and Marty, hello. I'll have to watch a bit more of Boston Brian before he's on my show. I'm still trying to arrange a time with Ben Dixon, because he finally got back to me through my DMs on Twitter saying he would love to do a show with me. And then I haven't heard from him since I replied. It's like some people are very squirrely when it comes to these sorts of things. Marty is asking, have I ever listened to Christopher Titus? He's a great and inspiring listen to. Very funny too. He's friends with Hal Sparks. I've never heard of him. Sasha G, what's happening is they're re-electing Justin Trudeau. It was a fake out. That would be so funny. I would actually find that funny. Igloo, that is a good point. when I said nothing has changed since the resignation, and he says, not true, the value of F. Trudeau merch has dropped. Yeah, Pierre Poilievre is very desperate to still be running against. The parallels between what's happening up here and what already happened down in the States is pretty stark. Anyway, should we just get into it? Should we get in? There's a lot of videos and stuff to kind of go over and cover and whatnot. But yeah, the big stories that I'm covering is Justin Trudeau's resignation, and then also Donald Trump still joking about, I don't know, invading other countries and taking over NATO, like NATO-allied countries, and you know, maybe the start of World War III won't be happening in the Middle East. It's yeah. So Mozart is saying Boston Brian is live 10 a.m. to noon Pacific times on Sundays. I think that's when I watched him with Ben Dixon. So I'll have to check it out and be very annoying in his chat. They don't call it a sandbox, but nobody warned him about what to expect when he comes onto my show. It's fun when they have no warning, but he should know. He should know some of it. Anyway, why don't we get into it? Okay, as many of you know, Justin Trudeau finally did it. He did this speech. He's like, yeah, I finally polling and all that sort of stuff. I'm stepping down as prime minister of the country. Well, he will once there's a robust leadership race. And then once a new leader is elected, then they have to go through the process of getting the governor general to sign off on it and stuff like that. And then he will no longer be prime minister. So as of this moment, he is prime minister. As of this moment, we still have a government, though it's prorogued. I think that's the word, prorogued, which just means all the bills that were in the works are just, they're done. No more going to question period or anything of that sort. No new bills will be passed. So everything is just kind of shut down. It doesn't mean that they're not working. It doesn't mean we don't have a government. It just means that there's no progress on anything that would require votes. So all those people that were so happy last fall, I guess it was, when Justin Trudeau was saying, you know what we're going to do for the people? We're going to give them a GST vacation. And, you know, early next year, we're going to send out $250 checks to everyone who was working last year. So people with disabilities, again, just no bother with you. So now those people that were thinking, wow, I'm going to get 250, you're not getting it. Now you know what it feels like when people living with disabilities hear these things. That check's not coming anymore. Because it didn't get voted on beforehand. So the GST holiday is still happening because it already started and was voted on. But since the GST rebate check 250 wasn't voted on, it's not happening. So that sucks for the people who would have gotten that money. So it is, and it's not the first time this has happened. It's not the first time our parliament has been prorogued. It wouldn't surprise me if they elect a woman just because. That's what happened before with the Conservatives when Brian Mulroney stepped down, and they got Kim Campbell in for a few months until they lost horribly. So it's the whole glass cliff thing, you know. Well, the next one isn't going to win, and they're not. So we might as well put a woman up in leadership. And apparently the Liberals are the only major party that hasn't had a woman as a leader before. So it wouldn't surprise me if they pick a woman just because. And it's also the very more performative feminism that they tend to do. As opposed to like, we're voting the most qualified person and that person happens to be a woman. It's like, no, it's more, we will just pick a woman. Which I'm not necessarily keen on that sort of thing. What I would love to see is somebody who's like progressive and can stand out from the crowd and energize people. And it's not, you know, again, no fan of the liberals, but they're better than the conservatives. But if all they're going to do is get in someone who could just be Justin Trudeau, like there's no difference, there's no distance between them, then they're not going to win. They're just not going to win. Anyway, let's get to the video of him somberly coming out and just the metaphoric wind blowing of papers. So this is from CPAC. Let's see, how's that look on screen? That looks okay.
Okay.
Did you see that?
So I thought it might be fun.
Oh.
Course of
Let's do that again and watch. Oops, there goes the notes. It really reminds me of that scene in one of the Lords of the Rings movies where I can't remember any of the characters' names, but the one woman is coming out of the castle. Her father, I think, is the king has like a little brain worm put into his head or something like that. And she's feeling very forlorn and whatnot. And she comes out into like the balcony of the castle, and the wind is very strong and blowing, and it picks up the flag and it shoots the flag away and stuff like that. So apparently that was just, it wasn't planned, but it worked. That was just something that happened, and it fit the scene perfectly. And that's kind of how I feel this was, you know, just this happenstance of the wind. It's very metaphoric wind that we have in some things. Just picking up his notes and being like, nope, nothing's going your way. And some people are like, well, he's done the country well and all this sort of stuff, and he's still human, and you gotta respect him for all that and whatnot. And it's like, no, you don't. You don't. Also, he did not want to do this. He wanted to stay prime minister. I can guarantee you that. He was forced out. Like there are things happening behind the scenes that we don't see, but let's just say the pressure was pretty immense. All the flowery words that he's going to give of like looking at the polls and all this sort of stuff, it's all bullshit. He was forced out because his ego is way too big for him to think of himself as not being the winner.
So I thought it might be fun for us to do this again. Bon matin. Every morning I've woken up as Prime Minister. I've been inspired by the resilience, the generosity, and the determination of Canadians. It is the driving force of every single day I have the privilege of serving in this office. That is why, since 2015, I've fought for this country.
Since 2015. I remember what he said back in 2015 when, served in the office. So when he first got elected, I think, what was it, like 2019? Gosh, it's so hard to tell time with politics, but you remember that phrase when he's like, we're going to have a gender balanced cabinet. People are like, why are you doing that? Because it's 2019. Again, very performative. But like the way women were treated once they were in those roles, you know, the amount of participation they were allowed to have and all that sort of stuff wasn't exactly what you would hope for. It is, again, the Liberals are very performative when it comes to anything that seems progressive.
For you, to strengthen and grow the middle class. Why we rallied to support each other through the pandemic, to advance reconciliation, to defend free trade on this continent, to stand strong with Ukraine and our democracy, and to fight climate change and get our economy ready for the future.
You mentioned Ukraine and democracy and stuff. I think he's missing something there. Something very important that's happening right now. He didn't mention something, you know? I don't know, something about a genocide happening in Gaza.
We are at a critical moment in the world. Mes chers Canadiens, à chaque matin, je me suis
Every
réveillé
morning,
en tant que
I've woken up as Prime Minister,
inspiré
and I've been inspired by the resiliency and the generosity and the determination
si bien.
that characterizes Canadians.
C'est ce qui me motive à
This is
chaque
what
jour
has driven me
du village de
on a daily basis, and it's been a privilege to be Prime Minister. This is why, since 2015, I've fought for this country, for you, Canadians, to strengthen the middle class.
Pourquoi nous nous sommes mobilisés en tant que
That's
Canadiens
why Canadians mobilized to support each other during the pandemic,
pour progresser la
to
réconciliation,
move reconciliation forward,
le libre-échange,
to defend free trade on our continent,
soutien
and
inébranlable
to support
démocratie,
Ukraine and democracy,
et pour lutter contre les
and
changements
to fight against climate change as well, and to prepare the economy for the future.
nous traversons vraiment.
We're really going through a critical time in world history.
My friends, as you all know, I'm a fighter. Every bone in my body has always told me to
Oh man, I should have had the picture of him in his boxing outfit ready. There was an old, I guess it was a charity event or something, where he was doing a boxing match with somebody. It wasn't like a real thing or anything.
fight because I care deeply about Canadians. I care deeply about this country, and I will always be motivated by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And the fact is, despite best
See, this is why I don't do a lot of like live react videos and stuff, because I can't shut up. I want to counter like everything he's saying. He wants to do what's in the best interest of Canadians. Then why during the pandemic, like during the height of the pandemic, did he and the Liberals vote against universal pharmacare? Why did they vote against taxing corporations that were profiting, like making extra profit during the pandemic, and the ultra wealthy? If he was really interested in doing what's best for Canadians, then why wasn't he doing that? It's never been about what's best for Canadians when it comes to the Liberals.
efforts to work through it, Parliament has been paralyzed for months after what has been the longest session of a minority parliament in Canadian history. That's why this morning I advised the Governor-General that we need a new session of Parliament. She has granted this request, and the House will now be prorogued until March 24th. Over the holidays, I've also had a chance.
So what that means is on March 25th, as soon as they get back into the chambers, the Conservatives and the NDP will race to do a vote of no confidence. And at that point is when Parliament will dissolve yet again and a new election will be called. And we'll get more into that in a little bit.
Chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process.
You see, again, this is where I get a little bit more cynical than a lot of the people who've been watching this, because you look at the emotion in his face. You can see his eyes, like they're watering, like it's real. Like this is, it's really gutting him to have to do this. And I'm sure on some level it is. But I also remember him kneeling at the site of an unmarked grave of an Indigenous child, placing a teddy bear down, tear rolling down his cheek. And then later, fighting them in court about compensation. Indigenous peoples who have taken the government to court for a fight for reparations, money for health care, that sort of thing. And the courts actually judged in favor of Indigenous peoples because, yeah. And then this guy here appealed it. He has spent more money fighting Indigenous peoples in court than the previous conservative government. So I don't buy those tears. If there are any authentic tears coming out of these eyeballs, it's not for the people. It's for his wounded ego.
Last night, I asked the president of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. Mes chers amis, comme vous savez, je suis un fighter. Dans mon fort intérieur,
Friends,
je me suis toujours battu
I've always been a fighter. I've always been a fighter because I really care for Canada and Canadians.
So he
And
just
I've
repeats the
always
same
been
thing
driven
in
by what's
French.
in the long conversations with my family. The party will have chosen. It's for me that if I'm focused on it to strengthen the economy after the pandemic and to
its values and ideals into that next election.
Back that up a bit.
do for Canadians.
The Liberal Party of Canada is an important institution in the history of our great country and democracy. A new Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party will carry its values and ideals into that next election. I'm excited to see the process unfold in the months ahead. We were elected for the third time in 2021 to strengthen the economy post-pandemic and advance Canada's interests in a complicated world. And that is exactly the job that I and we will continue to do for Canadians. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll now go to questions.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, mes amis. Thank you very much, my friends. I see, I know a little bit of French. I know a little bit of a little bit. And then they get into questions, which,
Laurence.
I don't like when things like that happen, when things pop up, because I have a bazillion things that I want to go through. I haven't listened to any of the questions that he answered, and I don't know if because this is like, there's another 20 minutes on this, and I don't know how much more time I want to spend watching him, considering how much more information we have, but to go over. So I think we'll leave it there. That was his speech, very heartfelt, very, oh no, he's stepping down, poor thing. And it is in the best interest of the people, though, that there is that, because the Liberal Party stands no chance. They just stand a little less of a no chance with somebody else in power. But the parallels I'm seeing to the United States, because, it took a lot of pressure to get Joe Biden to finally step down. And, it probably took a lot behind the scenes pressure that we're not seeing, which I suspect there was a lot behind the scenes pressure for Justin Trudeau to step down. And then he finally steps down just for there to be almost no time before the election for them to find a new leader and all that sort of stuff. Same things happening here. Now, you also remember a lot of talk in the States, especially from certain networks, about part of the reason why Kamala Harris lost was because they were just being too progressive. They were just being too leftist. They were being too bold, even though that wasn't the case at all. No, not the case. From Global News, almost all the MPs Global News spoke to believe Trudeau has moved the party too far to the left And that shift has played a key role in the decline of the Liberals. uh, they've moved more right since they've gotten into power. All the parties have recently. What exactly was too far left? I suspect it could be something along the lines of, saying that they would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu because of the ICC actual warrant, that they would, Justin Trudeau said that they would follow the law. That might be too left for the party. The fact that some dental care, not universal dental care, but some dental care got through the works. That was a slip up on his part. That should have never happened under the Liberals. And then there was the universal pharmacare, which was 2 drugs for diabetes and birth control. Yeah, those also got slipped in there. So those medications won't be costing people anymore. And the Liberals, that is so far left doing that sort of thing. Like, how dare they? And then all the performative things that they like to do, when it comes to accepting other groups of people. That's you shouldn't even pretend. You shouldn't even be performative when it comes to that sort of thing. This is yeah. So this article is talking more about one of the next people to potentially become to take up the ropes or something. Mark Carney. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Mark Carney makes his leadership pitch to a skeptical Liberal caucus. I believe he's the one that Trudeau was kind of warming up to begin with. The thing is that there's no difference. Like, they would have to distance themselves so much from Justin Trudeau. So you have Chrystia Freeland, who's already done it. But the thing about all the people that they're suggesting, and, maybe I'm just going to wait for this feedback that I'm about to get until I get to a tweet that's actually far more relevant about what I'm about to say. So, yeah. And just talking about the parallels between Canada and the United States again, there's this clip here. And Max Fawcett saying, the Liberals are going to do this, aren't they? And I listened to this clip and I'm like, yeah, that's going to happen. And so this is from Ken Klippenstein saying, Chuck Schumer blames Democrat losses on average working families who didn't realize how much we had done and how much we care for them. So we'll listen to the clip and I'll tell you why this is so true.
So we did a lot of good things, but all too often, Kristen, we talked about the mechanics of the legislation and the details of the legislation, and we really didn't show the kind of empathy and concern to average, or show enough of it to average working families who didn't realize how much we had done and how much we care for them. So what we're going to do is spend a lot of time talking to working families, showing them how much we care about them. So we did a lot of good things, but...
Yeah, so the Liberals have forced workers back to work several times when they went on strike. So that's not helping the working families there. But also, the person who's going to be saying this is Chrystia Freeland. So after the Liberals lose, it's going to be like, yeah, we just didn't realize how much the average working family didn't realize how good we were to them. And you can already hear it because the way that they already condescend towards us when it comes to inflation is all in your head, sweetie. Inflation is actually really good right now. I don't know what you're complaining about. The economy it's so good right now. Our economy has totally bounced back. I don't know what all you people are worried about, like why you're complaining. That's things that I've already covered on my channel that they've already been saying. And as I try to point out, inflation affects different classes of people differently. And the people who are at the bottom, inflation is actually worse. A lot worse for the people who are at the bottom than they are at the top. The economy has benefited the top percentages of people. It hasn't benefited everyone. It's not a equal across the board, everyone benefits from a good economy. It's from the people who are already doing pretty good. And so we already have them condescending towards us about that sort of thing. And so do I doubt that they would then say, you know, it was the average working families who didn't realize how much we had done for them and how much we care for them, and that's why we lost? Oh, that is so going to happen. Like, just put a stamp on this, a bookmark, whatever you want to do, you do that, because that is absolutely going to happen. Like, without a doubt, that's going to happen. And then this is where I'll get into some of that other commentary I was going for. So this is from Christo Avalos. He is very smart, left YouTuber, democratic socialist, historian. He does lots of articles for different magazines and stuff. I don't know if he has like a PhD, but he definitely has like a degree or something from university when it comes to like Canadian politics and stuff of that sort. So expert on Pierre Trudeau, unions, CCF, NDP. And so he just tweeted this out. I actually want to see if I can get him on my show. We are Twitter peeps, so it's entirely possible, and I would love to get him on to talk. So this is Christo saying, this is very bad news for the Liberal Party. Most of the people included are big political names and established records. The winner is none of these losers is devastating for the Liberals. And so what is he pointing to? There is a poll done. And so most appealing Liberal leadership candidate, none of the above has the highest percentage. So we have like Mark Carney. Oh, Justin Trudeau is even, people would re-elect him. But Chrystia Freeland is the current frontrunner. Melanie Joly, Christy Clark. Like, again, these are well-known names within the Liberal establishment. And yet, none of the above is the winner. And again, I think part of this is when you have somebody like Chrystia Freeland, Mark Carney, Melanie Joly, they're very popular within the Liberal establishment. But the instant you step outside of that, they're not very liked. They're not very well liked at all. Chrystia Freeland in particular, outside of the Liberal establishment, she is really not liked, partly because of her Nazi grandfather. And the fact that she never denounced him and some weird ties and stuff. And there's whole articles about that sort of thing. Like, no, you don't judge somebody based on what their ancestors did and all that sort of stuff. But I think in her case, you know, apple doesn't fall far from the tree type thing. So she is not very well liked. You know, anyone who's been a minister over the past government doesn't stand a chance because people are not happy with what has been happening in this country. So anyone who's been vocally, actively involved with where we are right now will not be popular to the general public. And so just the fact that none of the above is the current champion to win is pretty sad. And this is why I say Justin Trudeau stepping down has changed nothing. Pierre Poilievre was going to win before. He's going to win now. Because none of the people the Liberals will actually put up stands a chance of actually making the Liberals seem like they're offering something new. And that's what they would have to do. They would have to get in somebody that can convince the public that they're offering a new Liberal Party. That this isn't the same old Liberal Party. We have some of the same values, of course, but it's new. We're going to be something new. And the establishment doesn't like that. They don't like that sort of thing. And so the reality is they're not going to get that person up there. So there's no chance the Liberals are going to win. None. None. Mozart, fine, Canada, I'll be your prime minister or whatever it is. You know what? I think it should be me. It should be me. It's only going to be for a few months. It should be me. What's the harm? What could I possibly do in the meantime? Well, the thing is nothing. That's the thing. It's nothing. The way politics works up here is, the prime minister doesn't have any unilateral power to do much of anything. They're just a figurehead. So, like, even the threat of Pierre Poilievre using the notwithstanding clause, that's not something he can just sign away. It's not an executive order. The party still has to vote on it. So it still has to be voted on. But if he has a majority, of course, it will then go through. So the prime minister has no power to unilaterally do anything. So whoever is next, like, they won't change anything. Whoever is the next prime minister for the few months, they won't do anything. They won't change anything. And they're just going to be focused on the election anyway. So it's a matter of trying to convince the population that something new will come about with this party. And that's not the type of people the inner establishment of the Liberal Party wants. So, because they're all stuck in their own little bubble. They're very bubblied. They're bubbled. They are a liberal bubble. So none of these people. I actually wouldn't mind seeing Christia Gould, I think her name is. I think she was like one of the speakers for the Liberal Party. I actually got a good vibe from her, but her name hasn't been proposed yet. And of course, Donald Trump has to say something about Justin Trudeau stepping down. Many people in Canada love being the 51st state. You see, that sentence is just wrong to begin with, because we aren't the 51st state. So he's saying that we love being something we're not, and we'll get more into this. I have a whole bunch of videos and tweets and stuff to go over regarding this specific thing in just a little bit. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits, the subsidies that Canada needs to stay afloat. Justin Trudeau knew this and resigned. If Canada merged with the US, there would be no tariffs, taxes would go way down, and they would be totally secure from the threat of Russia and Chinese ships that are constantly surrounding them. Yeah, there's Chinese ships around us all the time for trade. Yeah, there's a lot of trade with China. So we have a lot of ships on the coast from China, because that's where a lot of our goods are coming from. Together, what a great nation it would be. And you see, I love this idea that he thinks taxes would go way down. Our taxes are a lot higher than American taxes because, we have health care. But for multitudes of reasons, nobody isn't, like, I'll get into more of it when we get into this section about it, but let's just say the average Canadian has no interest in this. And I've already covered it. Like, I thought this story would be done by now. Like, I really thought it would be over. Nope. It just keeps on getting bigger and bigger because a lot of the American press have just, like, taken it, just grabbed it by I don't know, the story, the handle. They've just kind of grabbed it and they're going with it. They've just like, oh yes, Donald Trump says this, so we're all just going to agree, and we're going to agree hard. And wow, some of the clips are just kind of wild. So of course, now that he stepped down, all the other leaders need to say something. Pierre Poilievre. He looks about as good as I felt over the past week. He is so sick. Like, he is sick here. Like, I almost have more sympathy. He is so sick. Can't you put some foundation on and some powder? This is an important thing. I get it. You're sick. But I still managed to go on screen and act semi-normal. Oh. So he tweeted out, Nothing has changed. I actually said that nothing has changed. Every Every Liberal MP and leadership contender supports everything Trudeau did for 9 years, and now they want to trick voters by swapping in another Liberal face to keep ripping off Canadians for another 4 years, just like Justin. He so desperately wants to run against Justin. Again, very similar to down in the States where Donald Trump desperately wanted to run against Biden because with Kamala, there was actually this thought that she could win against Trump. And Trump knew for sure, and we all knew for sure, he was going to beat Biden. Like, there was no doubt about it. And I think Pierre is now in that type of mind frame. His whole campaign up to this point has been about Justin. It's been about Justin Trudeau, the whole F Trudeau flags and things of that sort. It's been about the Justin Trudeau Liberals. You see, that was just bad planning on his part because, again, in Canada, it's not a person, it's a party. And so I get that he latched on to Justin Trudeau because he's become a very unpopular figure because there just becomes fatigue when we see the same person over and over again. And so he just kind of latched on to that to make Justin Trudeau the person that he was fighting. But if you're going to do this, you really have to impress, this is the Liberals. It's not just Justin. And so now he's struggling to, it's kind of like all the merchandise, as I think it was Mozart saying about all the merchandise and stuff. Yeah, it's all been made. All those people have spent so much money on the F Trudeau flags. Now what? Now what? But let's see what he has to say in his very sad-looking state. Oh, I shouldn't laugh when somebody is sick.
Good day. Canadians desperate to turn the pain.
You see, here now is a good thing that I didn't cover it in the day of because there's music going on in the background here. So if it was copyright issues, by now I would have known because the other people have posted these videos and they seem to be fine. So it should be fine with the music in the background. But just in case, we can change the speed. This is what, oh, not the quality, the speed. This is what I saw Steve Boots do. So I'm going to do it too. You see, I'm copying other content creators. But I saw Steve Boots do this. So I'm speeding it up just slightly and it will probably help because he's sick and it will make this go by faster.
Age on this dark chapter in our history might be relieved today that Justin Trudeau is finally leaving. But what has really changed? Every Liberal MP in power today and every potential Liberal leadership contender fighting for the top job helped Justin Trudeau break the country over the last 9 years.
And do you know who helped break the country before that? Is the Conservatives. You see, that's the thing that people need to realize. It's not the Liberals, it's not the Conservatives, it's both. Both. He was housing minister when the housing crisis started under the Conservative Stephen Harper. He was housing minister. This guy who lives in a $3.5 million home has one of the largest pensions out of all politicians because he started when he was so young. Yeah, he's a career politician. He's rich. He's a millionaire. But, yeah, it's not just the Liberals. There's a lot to do with them, too. And I noticed that looks like a drawing in the background. I did not do that drawing because it would have been better.
Liberal politicians actively worked to pass into law the job-killing.
I just feel really bad. Like, what if it was one of his kids that drew that? Because I wouldn't want to pick on the kids. But I can't actually see the drawing. It looks like that there's a drawing behind his head. And I just want to put the disclaimer, I did not do it.
Inflationary carbon tax, a tax that Carbon Tax Carney endorsed in his book. All supported a law quadrupling the tax over the next 5 years. All voted for or actively supported Trudeau's out-of-control spending, debt, and immigration. All passed Trudeau's housing policies that doubled the cost of homes. All Liberal politicians helped pass catch and release bail and house arrest for the most rampant reoffenders. Policies that increased violent crime 50%, gun crime 116%, and hate crime by 250%. So given that Liberal...
If I could get one thing done in this country, like Thanos snap level, it would simply be they're not allowed to lie. Politicians are not allowed to lie to the public. That's what I would want. Instead of him just putting out these stats that nobody's going to double check or look into and see the nuance or anything of that sort. That's what I would want, is that politicians cannot lie to the public in their campaigns, in their slogans, in their policy. They can't lie. And then, because a lot of this is just, you can see other people who do a better job of breaking down all the nuance in this, but pretty much all of what he's saying is a bunch of bullshit.
MPs and leadership contenders unanimously supported everything Trudeau has done. Why dump him now, right before an election? Have they had a change of heart? Is it because they feel guilty that they...
You wanted him gone too, right before the election. Just saying. And the way that it happened was the Liberals didn't dump him. He stepped down, but I'm pretty sure there was pressure behind the scenes to force him down. So kind of...
They doubled housing costs, hiked taxes, unleashed crime, broke immigration, forced a quarter of the population into poverty. No. They continued support...
A quarter of the population in poverty? A quarter. 1 in 4 people in Canada is living with poverty. Again, I'd love to know the sources that he's getting for this. Because, like, here's the thing. I don't necessarily disagree, because my standard of what poverty is and his standard of what poverty is are probably two very different things. But I'd love to see the source on this instead of him just blathering away. Like, where is he getting these numbers from? Like, if that was actually the case, because this has to do with, like, mainstream politicians, the mainstream media would have picked it up. Because, again, the mainstream media is all establishment bent. So if there really was that issue, they'd probably be touching on it.
Supporting Trudeau when he did all of those things. No, their only objection is that he is no longer popular enough to win an election and keep them in power. They want to protect their pensions and paycheck by sweeping their hated...
Yeah, I'm so bad at live reacting to these things because every time he talks about pensions, I just want to punch the screen. Not him, the screen, with his face on it, but not him. You know, I don't like violence. He has one of the largest pensions. He got his pension at like, what, 34, 32? The guy's rich. He's rich. Off of taxpayer money. And he has the gall to talk about other politicians and their pensions, or that the fact that they might want one.
Leader under the rug months before an election to trick you and then do it all over again. Now, while leaderless Liberals focus on saving their jobs and fighting each other for power, the country spirals out of control, an out-of-control housing emergency, an out-of-control migrant crisis, an out-of-control $62 billion deficit, not to mention tariff threats from the United States. Oh, and another NDP Liberal carbon tax hike kicks in this April 1st. Everything's out of control, and now the government is out of control. This cannot go on. We need a carbon tax election now to choose between the NDP Liberal costly coalition that taxes your food, punishes your work, doubles your housing costs, and unleashes crime and drugs in your community. Or common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Canadians can take back control of their lives and their country. Take back control of our border. Take back control of immigration. Take back control of spending, deficits, and inflation. Take back control of our streets by locking up criminals, banning drugs, treating addiction, and stopping gun smugglers. We'll cap spending, axe taxes, reward homes, uphold families, stop crime, secure borders, rearm our forces, restore our freedom, and put Canada first. All with one.
All he does is ad-lib slogans. That is all. It's like he put them all in a hat and it's just the rapid fire pulling them out of the hat. Here's a slogan, here's a slogan, here's a slogan.
Mission. to bring home Canada's promise that every hardworking Canadian gets a powerful paycheck and pension that buys affordable food and homes, safe streets, where all are united for the country we know and love. Canada first, Canada last, Canada always. Let's bring it home.
Canada first, Canada last? Eh. Ugh. And this was in their tweet. He had sent it out. Justin Trudeau claims he's a fighter. Oh, what's the song? I forget who the group is from. I'm so bad at recalling names of songs and singers. Like it's like a Christina Aguilera song. Anyway. So why not exercise his legal right to call an election now and face me? So this is where it gets into like when Donald Trump was whining about Biden kind of stepping down, or he was saying like, oh no, the party is definitely throwing Biden under the bus. Biden should be the one that I'm up against. Biden. I want Biden back. Bring me back Biden. This is him. It's like, why can't Justin Trudeau run in the election? I already have, and he probably does, all the pre-made merch for something about Justin Trudeau. He probably already has like a lot of this merch made up about how he's going to fight Justin Trudeau and all this sort of stuff. And he knows he stands like he's going to win, but if they're playing it safe, they know he has a much better chance of winning against Justin Trudeau than anyone else. But that was the same for, Donald Trump and Biden. Trump was still kind of paranoid and wanting Biden back in because they knew Trump was going to beat Biden, no doubt about it. But with the other ones, there was a small chance that somebody else would win. And from what I've seen from the Liberal Party, Pierre's got nothing to worry about. So then he says, because he's too weak and afraid. This guy is calling Justin Trudeau too weak and afraid. Like, I can't freeze frame at all and have a normal expression on him. I shouldn't say anything about that because, if you ever go through one of my videos, the amount of facial expressions I have in any 10 seconds is pretty intense. But he's such a weenie. So the country now spirals out of control with a weak lame duck PM, while liberals fight each other for power. That's not happening. They're going to have a leadership race. Cowardly chaos. Sign here to call an election now. So he's kind of mad that Trudeau has prorogued Parliament. Because again, as long as Parliament is prorogued, they can't do a vote of no confidence. And so they can't force an election now, which is what he wants because Pierre desperately wants to run against Justin. Desperately. Okay, we're going to get into some of what Jugmeat was saying. But before we do that, I just wanted to check in with the Sandbox because been noticing out of the peripheral vision that there's a bunch of people jumping in, and I want to make sure I say hi. I'm also super tired. I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night because I'd be up early for an appointment. Let's see. I won't go too far back up. I guess, is Morbius Dragon? Oh, there you are. Hello. Soul Life, Mono, hello. Let's see. Soul Life, my raptor was censored? I have no idea what that means. Let's see. Danny Q, not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. It's pretty surreal to see most medias, both American and Canadian, treating the threat of annexing us as a regular story when in fact what's happening is extremely violent in nature. I tend to take this threat a little bit more seriously than a lot of other people have been, because I don't think the thing about Donald Trump is everything he's been threatening or joking about doing, I think he fully intends to try. That's my read on the situation. He will try everything that he is saying. Whether he's able to do it is, on condition of the people around him and how many rules he can break, and how much pressure he might get from corporation leaders and stuff like that. Because the tariffs, as much as Donald Trump is threatening them, and I think he will attempt to put it through, but I think the pushback he gets from the billionaire, millionaire company owners and what that would do to their corporations, that might be enough to put that on hold. But I think he's going to try. Like, that's the thing. I think he's going to try everything. And it is very... there is violence of sorts happening, because if the tariffs go through, there's a lot of jobs that will be destroyed. Like, a lot of jobs that, people rely on and stuff. And, to suddenly be forced to have to find a new job in this economy, what that would do to their situation, their families and stuff like that, that is a form of violence. Like, I don't think it would be like boots on the ground or anything like that when he's talking about annexing Canada. But, he will definitely try, and we'll get more into it when we get into that segment. Danny Q also saying coercion, whether it's economic or military, is still coercion at the end of the day. Okay. Don't want to spend too much time in the sandbox in between this, because like I said, even though I only have like 2 major segments and then a couple teeny tiny stories, there's a lot to cover in these bigger segments. So, Pierre Poilievre, official opposition. Of course, he had things to say. And Jugmeat also has a lot to say. So this was something he tweeted out. Below is my statement on Justin Trudeau's resignation. If you oppose callous conservative cuts. Jugmeat has been picking up more and more habits from conservatives than liberals. And I don't want him picking up habits of either. We need a strong progressive in the NDP. Jugmeat needs to step down now too, before the next election, if they stand any chance of gaining ground. But just the whole, we're going to start with the slogans as well. I mock it because I don't like it, but at the same time, it kind of works. To hear it over and over and over again, that constant repetitiveness that Pierre Poilievre has been doing, it actually does, to some extent, imprint on people. So his conservative base, because they'll be like, oh, what do you think Pierre will do for you? And they'll instantly be able to say, axe the tax. They won't know what it means, but they have that in their brain. Like, he's going to build the homes. It's common sense conservatives. And they'll spout all of these things like their policy, but they have no idea the mechanisms behind it, like what the actual policies Pierre is presenting, because he's not presenting any actual policies. But it gives them something to say. So they think they know more. They think they know they have these great talking points, but if you actually stop them for a moment and says, okay, what does that mean? Then you'll catch them off guard, because they won't know what that means. But it works because it makes people feel like they know more than they actually do. And when you give people that false sense of knowledge, it makes them secure, and it makes them bold, and it makes them confident. So Jagmeet continues, if you oppose the rich getting richer while everyone falls further behind, stand with NDP this time. And this statement. Justin Trudeau has let you down over and over. He let you down on the cost of housing and groceries. He let you down on fixing healthcare. It doesn't matter who leads the Liberals. They don't deserve another chance. Conservatives are jumping at the opportunity to take from you and give more to CEOs. You will pay the price of Poilievre's cuts. If you oppose callous conservative cuts, if you oppose the rich getting richer while everyone else falls further behind, stand with the NDP this time. The thing is I can't remember where I saw it. But he says that the instant he can do a vote of no confidence, it's going to be a race between the NDP and the Conservatives. They want an election as soon as possible. They want it now. Well, not too long ago. Why would I box myself in? Sing on why he won't commit to helping bring Trudeau's government down yet. And this was on December 18th. So less than a month ago. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh says US President-elect Donald Trump's looming tariff threat is part of the reason why he's not committing to voting non-confidence in Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government. In an interview on CTV's Your Morning with Anne-Marie Mediwake, Singh was asked repeatedly to explain how he's calling on embattled Liberal leader to resign, but won't say he's ready to help trigger an election. After noting several times there will be an election in 2025 and all options are on the table, Singh offered the uncertainty south of the border as an explanation as to why he's hesitant to play a role in sending Canadians to the polls early. Like, that's the thing. The election is scheduled for October of this year. This is going to bump it up a little bit, but it would be nice if for the first few months of Donald Trump's presidency, there's a little bit more stability in the government, that we weren't then going through an election, because then our election won't be about us. It will be about Americans. It will be about Donald Trump. It won't be about how to improve our lives. It will all be about how they relate to Donald Trump, whether they're going to work with him or not. And I'd rather the focus of our politicians be on us. A little weird like that, you know. But you see, I was kind of hoping that what Jagmeet was going to do is like, okay, we're calling for him to resign. But we're not going to call for an election. And I was fine because I wanted Trudeau to resign so that there would be a leadership race. But I'd really like to see that election in October. Because the longer that's delayed, the longer we are without a conservative government. And I want to keep that, maintain that as long as possible. Not only that, it would give time for them to really build up their cases, both the NDP and the Liberals. It would give them time to really make a platform that would excite people. But that would also require Jagmeet Singh stepping down right now too, which he's not going to do. Because I would personally love to see that, a leadership race in both the Liberals and the NDP. I'd love to see them both, you know, having people fight over their policies and airing them out and putting them out for everyone to see and vote on and that sort of thing. But that's not going to happen. The NDP convention wasn't all that long ago. And when they had the convention, they voted that there would be no leadership race for the convention. So, you know, unless he's forced down somehow, no leadership race. So then we get into his video statement, which is almost as long or longer than Justin Trudeau's statement and questionnaire. So it's not just, the 20 minutes isn't just his statement. It's also questions from the audience and stuff. So we won't get much into the questions from the audience. We'll stick mostly to his statement.
Justin Trudeau's Liberals have let down Canadians. They have let you down when it comes to the cost of homes. He's let you down when it comes to the cost of living. And frankly, it's not just Justin Trudeau. It's every Liberal minister every Liberal MP who looked down their nose at you when people were saying we can't make ends meet, we are struggling with the cost of living. So it doesn't matter who the next Liberal leader is. They've let you down. They do not deserve another chance.
And why did they let us down? There was that little coalition you guys had for a little bit. You could have done more. Instead of getting us means-tested dental care and a couple drugs on universal pharmacare. But the thing is that as much as the NDP wanted to pass their policy, they didn't want the Liberals to take credit for it. Because, of course, they're taking credit for the dental care and the pharmacare that the NDP pushed through. The NDP had the opportunity to really do something with the position they had. And they fell flat. Like, Jagmeet's political... Oh gosh, I knew this word earlier when my brain was working and not so sleepy. Instinct, yes. Jagmeet's political instinct sucks. It sucks. It's been horrible. And there's been a distinct change in him from when he first ran to who he is now. And who he is now, like, let's see if he talks about the policies that the NDP will put forth, or if he's just going to bitch about the Liberal government and the Conservative government.
They're more interested in themselves than the struggles of Canadians. We've got serious threats of Donald Trump and tariffs that put in question hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs.
So what would you do about them?
Instead of focusing on you and protecting your jobs, they're worried about themselves. And we have another serious threat to the middle class in Canada, and that is Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives want to cut from the middle class to give to their rich CEO friends. They want to cut your pensions. They want to cut health care. They want to cut dental care, all to make the rich CEO buddies even richer.
And what are you going to do?
Under Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, they want to see CEOs get richer and richer and the middle class fall further behind. That's a serious fight in front of us. And I know what that fight's all about. I remember meeting seniors in our country who told me that they are living in pain because they can't fix their teeth. They can't get their teeth looked after. And to hear heartbreaking stories from these seniors. I remember one in particular who told me she's got a...
I'm not liking this. I'm not. Just imagine for a moment that I'm the leader of the NDP. I'm leader of the NDP. While the Liberals were in power, we tried our best to push through our policies of universal dental care and pharmacare, but everything we tried was pushed back against over and over and over again from the Liberal Party. Despite that, we were still able to give dental care to over 1 million seniors. Birth control and diabetic medication, which will improve the lives and help save lives, has been expanded to everyone who needs it in Canada. What we offer, should we get in, is more comprehensive pharmacare, more comprehensive dental care. Everyone who needs their teeth fixed will get it fixed. The quality of life will be improved for everyone. We will tax the rich. The Conservatives, what they'll do is they'll find ways of giving money from the working class to the rich to make them richer. We, on the other hand, will tax the rich and make them pay their fair share. If we tax them properly, we can have full pharmacare, full dental care. We can have hearing and vision care. We can have mental health care. If we do this right, if you put your faith in me and elect me, we can put forth the policies that will actively, tangibly improve the quality of your lives. Because like so many people, I am tired of seeing the people around me suffer. I'm tired of seeing the quality of life go down when there's no reason for it. We live in one of the wealthiest countries in the world. We shouldn't have tent encampments. They're We have the ability to build enough homes for everyone. We have the ability to welcome immigrants without trying to make them scapegoats for the failed policies of the liberals and the conservatives over the past 3 decades. We don't put the blame on others, we take responsibility. And what we will do is give everyone a fighting chance to live the best quality of life as possible. If you elect me as leader, as prime minister of this country, you'll have a country you'll be proud to call home. He could have done that.
To choose between eating and sleeping, because if she eats at night, she's in so much pain she can't fall asleep. And if she wants to sleep that night, she has to skip a meal, not eat dinner, go to bed hungry. I promised those seniors that I would fight like.
I get why they do these individual stories, but they don't have to, because you could just say it's on a broader scale that far too many people have to choose between, like when it comes to living with disabilities and poverty, people have to choose which necessity they go without for the month.
Hell, to make sure they could actually get their teeth looked after. And the Liberals said no at every turn. We proposed solutions. We proposed ideas to get this done. They said no. Even when we convinced them to move forward with dental care, they said it would take a decade to put in place. We said, no, seniors need this now.
So that's why you say, despite of what the Liberals did, we were still able to bring this to Canadians.
We fought hard and we delivered it. So if Canadians give us a chance, give us the honor of leading this country, we're going to do exactly that. Fight for you. Fight greedy CEOs who are ripping you off when you buy your groceries. Fight to make sure you can actually afford a home. So if you are worried about the cuts of Pierre Poilievre and conservatives, if you find it unacceptable, just simply wrong that the rich keep on getting richer and the middle class is falling further behind, stand with us. We are building a movement of working class people. We are fighting to win for you.
I understand the focus on working class people, but that leaves out a whole bunch of people that don't make any money. People living with poverty, people living with disabilities. There's never any effort from any of the leaders to try to get our votes. They never say what they're going to do for the people who aren't the working class because they can't work. They don't say that. They're going to support the working class, the working class, the working class, but never tell other people that they're worth fighting for as well.
Justin Trudeau et les libéraux de Justin Trudeau vous ont laissé tomber. Ils vous ont laissé tomber quand on parle de logement abordable. Ils vous ont laissé tomber avec le coût de la vie.
Oh yeah, everything on the table.
Honnêtement, ce n'est pas seulement les libéraux. C'est chaque ministre libéral, c'est chaque député libéral.
So we
aussi.
have Shaq is now going to be the minister
ils n'ont
of
pas
sports.
Agi, ils n'ont rien fait en même temps que les gens font face des grandes difficultés à rejoindre les deux bouts.
And
Donc,
we will be giving chocolate bunnies to everyone in the
au lieu de
mail.
s'occuper des affaires des Canadiens, ils s'occupent de leur propre chicane. On a des menaces,
Groupon is coming
des
back.
tarifs
Okay,
de Donald
good.
Trump qui menacent des centaines de milliers d'emplois au Canada. Et au lieu de s'occuper à garder vos emplois,
Oh, we're going
ils
to
s'occupent
occupy
à leur propre
Alaska and
chicane.
call them Canada.
Donc, peu importe qui est la prochaine chef de parti libéral, les libéraux vous ont laissé tomber. Ils ne méritent pas une autre chance.
Liberals
Et devant
are
les
horrible on
Canadiens,
the
la
trombone.
grande menace pour la classe moyenne, pour la classe ouvrière, c'est les coupures conservatrices de Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre et les conservateurs veulent couper vos pensions, les soins de santé, les soins
Pierre
dentaires.
Poilievre
Elle veut couper de la classe
doesn't know
moyenne
how to
pour
cook
donner des
fish.
cadeaux à leurs amis riches. C'est inacceptable. C'est un grand défi Et je comprends ces défis.
It's not
J'ai parlé
okay to
avec
have such a
plusieurs
big defeat.
personnes âgées. Ils ont dit qu'on ne peut pas soigner nos dents. On vit
I
dans
know
la
how to
douleur
fish.
parce qu'on ne peut pas soigner nos dents. J'ai trouvé ça inacceptable. Ça a brisé ma cœur d'entendre des histoires comme ça.
It's
Donc, je me suis engagé
unacceptable that I
de
haven't stepped
garantir les
down
soins
yet.
dentaires pour ces personnes âgées. Et à chaque fois, on a proposé des solutions, les libéraux ont dit non.
We
Ils ont
need
rejeté les idées.
a
Mais je
basketball
ne recule
player
pas
to step up as
devant les
minister.
défis. On a continué de se battre pour les gens et on a gagné ce programme de soins dentaires pour les personnes
And
âgées
we're going to
et pour
continue
les enfants
big
aussi.
changes in the
Et je
government.
sais que ça, c'est l'énergie qu'on a besoin de maintenant, se battre pour les gens. Donc, si vous avez peur des coupures conservatrices de Pierre Poilievre, si vous trouvez que c'est
And we will
inacceptable
not
que
share
les
our
riches continuent de
Groupons
gagner
with
de
Pierre
plus en plus
Poilievre.
et la classe moyenne perdre, joignez-vous à nous. On bâtit un mouvement. Ensemble, on peut gagner pour la classe ouvrière, pour la classe moyenne. Merci. Thank you.
Together,
With that, I'm ready for any questions
we
you might
will
have.
go back to
Nous
class.
allons maintenant prendre des questions en ligne. We will now take questions
Oh, that's
online.
it. And now they
We
get
will
into
start with-
questions. Okay. So that was my French. I'm sure you guys got all of that. Well, there's also a couple of other leaders. You know, it's not just about the Conservatives, the Liberals, and the NDP. There's also the Bloc Québécois with the best sounding leader we have. He's Yves François Blanchet. His voice is so nice. It's so nice. I like his voice. So nice. So this is what he had to say. I believe that Mr. Trudeau was right in making the decision that he made, even if it will cost us a few weeks before getting into the elections, says Bloc Québécois Yves François Blanchet in reaction to Justin Trudeau's intention to step down as a PM and Liberal leader.
We'll get into elections.
Just en anglais, really quickly, your reaction to Mr. Trudeau's resignation this morning.
All of it?
Yes.
I doubt it. I believe that
Best sounding, best dressed.
Mr. Trudeau was right making the decision he made, even if it will cost us a few weeks before we get into elections, which is absolutely required. There is no significant difference between the Liberal Party that we know and the Liberal Party that will be presented to us after there's a new leader to that party. So there's only one way which is relevant for Quebec and I suppose for Canada is for the population to be called to choose a new parliament composition. Merci beaucoup.
Just en anglais, really quickly, your
Short and sweet. He knows he's going to be the official opposition. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care what those pesky Anglophones do. Elizabeth May also had a statement. I don't think there's a video of her talking about this, but she has a statement. And so this is it. Let's see, is that big enough for you guys, or do I need to do the little trick? I think I need to do the little trick to make it bigger for you. There we go. It's a little bit bigger for you guys. Can make it even bigger. Whoa, that's like way too big. That should be good enough. Okay, statement from the leader of the Green Party of Canada. This morning, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau finally admitted the inescapable conclusion that he had stepped aside to make room for new leadership. The fact that the announcement could surprise no one is to admit the obvious. Over the last year, but particularly the last few weeks since December 16th, the decline in his support has been painful to watch, like a slow-motion train wreck. Very astute. But the partisan and political movement should not distract from the basic human things that should be said. Justin Trudeau was never groomed to fill his father's shoes. As a young man, he did not seek out a future in politics. He decided to be a teacher. As the Liberal Party was knocked so far back following the 2011 election, the MP for Papineau was assigned the far rear corner of the chamber of the center block, sitting with me, the first Green MP, and then small remnants of the bloc. With 4 MPs, I know he struggled with the decision of whether to run for Liberal leader, weighing how it might impact his personal life. He was being recruited as someone who could rescue the Liberals. A majority win was not a likelihood. If anyone knew what it would mean for his children if he were to become PM, the child of a PM, Justin Trudeau, knew. I have observed for many years how he has consistently prioritized his family's time and his children. She's actually like the only one that's actually acknowledging him as a leader at this point. Because normally when somebody steps down, there's like, oh, he did such a great job and blah, blah, blah. Like when Biden stepped down, everyone's like, he was such a great leader. He was like one of the best presidents ever. And they like to, oh, what's the word? When they make them better after the fact, there's a phrase in my head about what you do to clean up the image of somebody after the fact. But there's usually after they step down or they die, this sort of thing happens. Where they, what's the words? Somebody in the Sandbox, you gotta get this for me. When they clean up the who they were. But she's the only one here actually doing it. You know, actually speaking to the humanity of Justin Trudeau. As I've said before, I'm a bit cold when it comes to this sort of thing. I have reason to be. I live with disabilities, and Justin Trudeau fucking hates us. Not whitewash, Jet. It's when you clean up the reputation. When you redo it, when you clean it up, when you... Oh, I think it's something reputation. Somebody in the Sandbox better get that for me by the time I am done reading this statement. To say the public service is a sacrifice is to state the obvious. For that, and especially at a time when basic civility has eroded to where he could be attacked verbally and rudely in front of his youngest on a Christmas holiday, underscores how hard that public service has become. And I do speak out against that. You know, I'm not necessarily against politicians being approached in public because there are certain politicians I don't feel should ever be comfortable in public, given that, you know, they're partaking in a genocide or something of that sort, but not in front of their kids. That's a line too far for me. So no matter how liberal broken promises variously saddens me and makes me very angry, indeed, those are better made in the 2025 election. Today, I want to thank Justin Trudeau for his service to his country and wish him and his family much happiness and peace in the years ahead. See, that's more, I guess you could say it's more of a mature statement for a leader to give out than what, you know, the NDP and Conservatives have done. This is far more well-rounded. Not reputation laundering either. Sorry, Jet. Oh, it's so going bug me. Like the way they've done it with George W. Bush when Ellen DeGeneres stood up with him and was like, oh, look who I'm with. There's a certain phrase. Is it laundering reputation? I don't think it is. It's bugging me. Oh, well. But, you know, that was probably the most mature statement given by one of the leaders. So her and her 2 people in the party, you know, her and Mike Morris, probably more mature than some of the other people. Oh, let's go back here. So Doug Ford.
First of all,
he gave a bit of a statement, but it was part of another press conference. You know, it might be laundering their reputation as opposed to reputation laundering. I think I'm mixing up the words, but it might be that. Okay. Oh, check the time. I need to do something quickly. Gotta mute the audio. Sorry, this will only take 2 seconds. There we go. That is done. You guys did not hear that, which is fine. Oh, and it looks like the David Pacman Cenk Uygur conversation is out. It's only 26 minutes. More fuel for my video. Okay. That is done. Can go back to here. Okay. So Doug Ford gave a bit of a statement here, and then there's a little bit more. But this was more of just like a general press conference, and he got asked about it. The last time I checked on Twitter, I didn't see something specifically for Justin Trudeau, but we're going to be getting to his Twitter account later when it comes to the Donald Trump wanting to take over the world segments. Oh, gotta turn the audio back on for you guys. There we go.
First of all, nice to see everyone, and Happy New Year to you and your families. As the country saw this morning, the Prime Minister has said that he was going to step down as Prime Minister. But that doesn't mean he's no longer Prime Minister for the next month or 2 months. We need the Prime Minister to focus 100% on the U.S. tariffs. We have 14 days left before elect President Trump gets inaugurated, and we need to focus to make sure these tariffs don't move forward.
See, it's pretty sad that Doug Ford is actually speaking out more about these tariffs than Justin Trudeau ever did. And that is laundering his reputation, unfortunately. But again, we'll get more into that. I'm not sure he actually says anything more about Justin Trudeau. But it's nice that he actually clarifies to people that, yes, he is still the Prime Minister, and this is still something that he needs to actually take care of before, when Donald Trump actually gets sworn in as president. We're going to need some strong leadership up here, unfortunately. Yeah.
And if they do move forward, we need to make sure that the federal government has a strong plan. The Prime Minister said he'd sit down with all the premiers, face-to-face meeting. I still want to hold him to that promise. He still will be Prime Minister for a month, maybe 2 months, but that has to be his number one focus. We have a great group of premiers. As chair of the Council of Federation, reaching out to the premiers.
Again, from him, there's nothing like, thank you for your service. Like, at least that was a bit classy from Elizabeth May. It'd be like, thank you for your service for the country, because like him or not like him, I don't like him. He did work for the country through the government type thing. He did serve the country. So she at least acknowledged that, but nobody else seems to care. Like, I don't care, but I have very personal reasons why I don't care. But it's very odd to not see any of the other leaders kind of do the show, do the pomp and circumstance of what they normally do when this sort of thing happens.
To get together as early as this week to have a conversation and make sure that we are ready to support the federal government in this time of uncertainty at the federal level. But I can assure
Sure, now he wants to support the federal government because it has to do something with him. But when it came to, like housing or health care or anything else, do you think he wanted to support the federal government?
Assure you, we have a strong group of premiers. We're going to continue moving this country forward, continue moving Ontario forward, and making sure that we have a seat at the table when the discussions of the tariffs are placed against Canada. And hopefully that won't happen, but we need all hands on deck. We need the Prime Minister to continue doing his job. Prorogation doesn't mean vacation. It means continuing, moving forward as the Prime Minister as long as he holds that title. I'll take questions.
So not the worst. And I'm going to just touch on what the other party leaders here say, because I live in Ontario, and Ontario is really the only province that matters. But also, there's a very strong possibility there's going to be an election in Ontario coming up too. All the senses are that Doug Ford's going to call an election early for lots of various reasons. So Merritt Stiles, the leader of the Ontario NDP. I want to thank Prime Minister Trudeau for his service to our country. This is a pivotal moment for our country and our province. Change has to come to Ottawa, and it's time for change in Ontario too, as people struggle with rising costs, housing and shortage, a broken healthcare system, and the real threats to their livelihoods from tariffs. We need leadership at all levels that put the needs of working people first for a change. In times of uncertainty and upheaval, it's more important than ever that we keep working for the brighter future we know is possible. New Democrats are ready to get work and bring people together to build homes, to build homes, hire doctors, fix schools, and make life more affordable. Slogan, 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 slogan. Oh, it's catching. Left of the box with sarcasm and sass. There's your slogan. And you see, Bonnie Crombie, the leader of the Ontario Liberals, she's in a bit of a pickle because even though the Liberal Party of Ontario and the Federal Liberal Party, they're two separate entities, they're often tied together. And so when people think of one, they think of the other. So all this turmoil and stuff that's happening on the federal level is affecting the provincial level government. And they were already in pretty sorry shape to begin with. Like, they don't even have party status right now in Queen's Park. They have so few seats. So she says, public office is a difficult job, and it's hard on people who do the work and hard on their families. I am certain this was not an easy decision. Prime Minister Trudeau has served Canada for almost 17 years as an MP, party leader, and as Prime Minister. He led our country through a difficult era with global pandemic and a divisive and challenging geopolitical climate. Don't say challenging geopolitical climate without mentioning the genocide. I'm just saying. There will be lots of discussion about what comes next for the federal Liberals. I will remain, as always, focused on delivering change Ontario desperately needs. I thank Prime Minister for his service to Canadians and wish him well in whatever comes next. They're pretty milquetoast standard stuff. Okay, let's see. I'm just checking. Oh, it's a little bit out of order. Let me just check something. That's all about, okay, that's all about Polyanov. And there's that. Oh, I should change the order that I have these in. So, we'll do this first. You're going to start talking right away. Stupid YouTube always likes to autoplay these days. Okay. So as I was mentioning before, lots of other content creators have already covered this because they've done streams on Monday, yesterday, and stuff. This is the first time I've been able to get in front of a camera since Justin Trudeau has stepped down. David Dole of the Rational National, he will often cover prominent Canadian news like this, which is good. It's not his focus. He's acknowledged that plenty of times. And his videos about Canada, they don't do nearly as well as his other videos when he's talking about American politics. But I do appreciate it when he covers it. Because he's very knowledgeable. His videos are very well put together. But sometimes when he does them, I'm just like, you're missing a little bit of perspective. A little bit. And it's not just him, it's other people as well. But there was just a couple things he said in his video. And I do recommend that people go check out his video. You'll see the title of it on screen when I pop it up. And so, I always recommend go check out Rational National, David Dole's stuff. He does brilliant work. But I did have a little bit of a, about a couple things. About a couple. So the first part is it here.
In terms of offering any actual solutions to the problems that he is pinpointing. But this gets to some of the popularity of the liberal programs that have not helped them, even though they are popular programs. So the Liberals have not seen a boost in their electoral fortunes from the budget, but that does not mean the major policies within the budget are unpopular. In fact, every budget item presented to respondents received majority approval. So the new Canada Disability Benefit, dental care, and pharmacare receive a thumbs up from at least 7 in 10 Canadians overall, as well as
Okay, it's just right there. This bugs me.
half or more of every group of party supporters. So
we'll go back. So here we have this. It was an Angus Reid poll, apparently. So the new Canada Disability Benefit, 74% approval. And David Dole is saying, you know, these are things that the Liberals should be proud of, that they put these things through. And like, look at this poll. Look at how well this benefit did. I'd like to see the details of that poll. I'd like to see who was polled. Because the thing is if you ask the average Canadian out there, they might say, yeah, the CDB, the Canada Disability Benefit, really good idea. You know, I think people who live with disabilities should get a little bit of extra because they're not given enough to live on. If you ask the average Canadian, they think that this is a real thing, that there is actually a Canada Disability Benefit that's helpful. The thing is that if you were to poll the activists, the consultants, the MPs who worked specifically on this bill, if you were to poll people living with disabilities, how we feel about this benefit, no one, it would pull at 0. This benefit was so fucking disappointing. And this is part of the problem when you start propping up the Liberals and you don't understand where this anger is coming from. Like, that's the thing. People are really pissed off at the Liberals, but if you look at this and you think, like, oh, this is great. Like, I don't understand. Like, 74% of people approve of this. Not the people it actually affects. Because the people that actually affects are only a handful of people. Because it turns out, instead of all people with disabilities, it's only those who qualify for the disability tax benefit in the first place, which is a very small percentage of people who actually live with disabilities. And then on top of that, you still have to do a secondary qualification and jump through hoops in order to then get access to this grand disability benefit. What that disability benefit is if you can get the maximum amount of this disability benefit, it's an extra $200 a month. We live in such dire poverty that with extra $200 a month, we're still in poverty. It only slightly improves the quality of life. It just means that they don't have to choose which necessity they go out without that month. Instead, they have to choose luxury things like heating or extra foods. Like, it is so... Like, this is the maple washing, this is the whitewashing, and this is why a lot of people don't understand where there's a lot of legitimate anger coming from when it comes towards the Liberals. Nobody who this benefit, like the people who were involved with it, weren't happy. In fact, I had Mike Morris on my show talking about this specifically because he was involved with passing this benefit, and he tried so hard. And even he says that it was the Liberals just spitting in the face of people with disabilities, that this is how disappointing this benefit was. And so unless you're able to identify that and understand where that anger is coming from, this ain't going to help the Liberals at all. Not at all. So I was really kind of pissed off with this part. Like, it's not David. It's not his fault. But this is like some of the extra analysis that people don't quite understand. Like, a lot of people don't quite understand why there's so much anger towards the Liberals. Like, even the dental care and the pharmacare. I would love to see the details again. I would love to see the details, the questions, how they were framed, how they were laid out, because I don't think it's that high in reality. The people involved with the dental care, like the seniors who get it, I'm sure are happy about it. But it's more like, yeah, sure, it's great. Some people got it. But if you were to ask people, are you satisfied with the dental care you get in Canada? I think that would show a very different result. Like, are you happy with the pharmacare you get in Canada? Not just these specific programs, because yeah, I'm glad that some people will be helped by this. But the bills themselves were very disappointing. What the legislation passed was very disappointing. I'm glad it helps people, but it's still very disappointing. So the other part was around here.
There's a lot of Canadians also not really a fan of him. So this is actual underlying policy or anything he plans to implement hasn't really changed compared to where the party, has historically been. Now, on Pierre Poilievre's net approval, it appears a lot of Canadians also not really a fan of him. So this is Angus Reid, December 30th. Canada is a minus 17 on approval of Pierre Poilievre. Now, I actually tend to think this may change for the good for him. I watched his interview with Jordan Peterson, and while I'm someone who I would argue knows better than the average person, and was able to see through a lot of his garbage, I could also see how somebody going into that, not knowing a whole hell of a lot, could come out of that interview thinking that Pierre Poilievre looks good. And if he continues that same strategy, again, of speaking to the issues that people face and pinning all those problems on the Liberal Party, I could see that benefiting him in a future election. Unless the case is properly prosecuted on whether it's the NDP or the Liberals doing it, in terms of how empty Pierre Poilievre is in his rhetoric in any sort of attempt to actually address those problems. But if enough people fall for the marketing that Pierre Poilievre is putting out, then it's going to help.
You see, the thing that I would want to add to this sort of thing is, well, Dave lives in the same province as me, Ontario. Doug Ford is our premier. He's currently the most disapproved of premier in the country. He's at the bottom. Yet if there was to be an election right now, he would win. He would win. Doug Ford would become the premier again. Showing the disapproval ratings really doesn't mean anything these days. It really doesn't. Because it's all a matter of what do the other party members bring to the table. How many of them actually energize their base to get them out, excite them to come out. Because, like I said, Doug Ford would absolutely win again right now if there was an election, despite him being the most disapproved of premier. Like, the fact that he got reelected with the approval rating he had says everything you need to know. So the fact that Pierre Poilievre has like a horrendously low approval rating means nothing. It means nothing. It's a matter of, will his base vote for him? And his base will vote for him because his base isn't voting for him. They're voting for the right-wing agenda. Pierre Poilievre is a NPC, a non-player character in a game. He is a potato. He is just somebody that spews that all the focus of the right-wing agenda is funneled into him, and he's just the talking head of it. You know, he's a program talking about all of it. That's all he is. He doesn't have his own personality. He doesn't have his own set of principles, his own values, none of that. He's just a talking figurehead for the right wing, and that is why he will get elected. It doesn't matter who he is. He could literally be a potato, and people would still vote for him because the right wing base is so energized to get out there and cause destruction and chaos and spread their hate, and they're angry. Like they're so angry because he helps stoke the flames of that anger. And anger is a very motivating, driving emotion. It's one of the emotions that will get people off their ass into the polls. And so the Liberals, the NDP, they don't got that. They don't have that right now. They don't have anything to excite people to get them out. And so it does not matter what his approval rating is. It doesn't even matter if there's a little bit of pushback from the NDP or the Liberals. The only thing that could change right now is if we got a strong, loud, and proud progressive stepping up for the NDP. Like somebody who's just unabashedly progressive, who will say that, pharmacare will be expanded to all medication. Dental care will be expanded to everyone. We'll have mental health care. We'll have eye care, hearing care. All your healthcare needs will be completely looked after. The cost of living, we'll help with housing and groceries, and we'll do all this stuff. We'll socialize more. We'll bring in more socialized housing at a rate unseen before in the history of Canada. Like all of this stuff that Jugmeat is not going to do. He ain't it. Which is really kind of disappointing. But also, this is important. I don't know how much of an effect it will have, even if it comes out. Like, unless there's charges pressed, I don't know if this will have any effect whatsoever, but it's still very interesting. So Rachel Gilmore, wonderful independent journalist here in Canada, confirmed the progression will not impact the planned release of the report on the foreign interference. So, like I said, there will be no bills passed or worked on, or any bill that hasn't been voted on and passed yet is now dead on the floor. But the ministries, some reports and stuff, there's still work going on in the government. And so there was this planned release of the report on foreign interference. The foreign interference that had a part to play in the Conservative leadership race. That, there's reasons why Pierre Poilievre doesn't have a security clearance. He hasn't even gone for it. Partly because he knows it might not make him look so good. And as I keep on saying, unless you can qualify for security clearance, you shouldn't be able to qualify for leader. If Pierre Poilievre becomes prime minister, he's automatically granted clearance. It should not work that way. If he can't get it, it should be disqualifying to be prime minister. So it's very interesting to see what this report of foreign interference will come out. So it will be submitted to the government by January 31st. So the office is prorogued until March 25th. On March 25th, when they get back to the House, it'll be a race between the Conservatives and the NDP to call for a vote of non-confidence. It might not happen the first day, but it's definitely going to happen within the first week. When that happens, Parliament will be dissolved and an election will be called. Here in Canada, we have a set time for election campaigning and election runs. Americans, you might want to sit down for this. Our election season can be no less than 36 days and no more than 50. So March 25th, add 36 to 50 days on it. That's when the next election will be. I don't math. So it could be as early as March, April, May, June, or July. So spring, summer election. But we have very concise, tight, short campaign cycles. There's pros and cons to it. The pros is people don't like being in constant election season. The con is sometimes that's the only time Canadians pay attention to elections. So since Americans are in perpetual election campaign state, Americans tend to know more about their electoral system. They know more about the politicians and stuff because they're always on air. They're always campaigning. They're always talking about their legislation. Whereas in Canada, sometimes the only time people pay attention to politics is during the election, and then they fall asleep the rest of the time. So it'd be nice if people actually paid a little bit more attention for longer. Okay. So then the last little bit of stuff that I wanted to get to with this is just a reminder of who the next probable Prime Minister of Canada will be. So this is from Anonymous on Twitter. I don't think the account is Canadian, but I'm thinking they're Canadian because they really do not like Pierre Poilievre. They have a lot of information that they've been trying to get out about him, but 5.1 million followers. So they have a pretty good reach out there. And so they've been putting out information about Pierre Poilievre. And so this is a detailed thread. So Pierre Poilievre has been in politics for 20 years. He's written 0 legislation, has one of the highest pensions in government. He's voted against the environment and climate nearly 400 times, derailed legislation to benefit workers, and voted against affordable housing initiatives. So remember when he says, build the homes and all that sort of stuff? Yeah. He's lying when he says that sort of thing. He's just lying. Pierre Poilievre voted against initiatives to make housing affordable and address Canada's housing crisis in 2006, 9, 10, 13, 14, when Conservatives were in power, and again in 2018-19 as a member of the official opposition, leading to today's housing crisis. Poilievre was housing minister in Stephen Harper's Conservative government, which allowed 800,000 affordable rental units to be sold off to corporate landlords and developers. Like I said, the housing crisis definitely got worse in the Liberals, but it really kind of started with the Conservatives. Under Harper, the average home price in Canada went up 70%, and he refused to do anything about it. Some of Poilievre's top donors are real estate investors, the same millionaires and billionaires currently cranking up rents and fighting rent control across Canada, leaving scores of people houseless and vulnerable to addiction and organized crime. When you watch David Dole's video about the election, he brings up the article from The Breach that actually specifically covers a lot of the corporations and rich people that support Pierre Poilievre and where that money is coming from, and the investors and real estate people that donate to Pierre Poilievre. Nearly half of the Conservative Party's governing body are lobbying for oil corporations, pharmaceuticals, corporate landlords associations, anti-union construction associations, and business associations that work against wage increases while hiking prices on food and rent. Poilievre's chief strategist is a lobbyist for Galen Weston and Loblaws, which illegally hiked grocery prices across Canada. His deputy leader lobbied for protection for profit for a long-term care company that saw record profits and high fatalities during COVID-19 pandemic. Poilievre's caucus chair is chairman of a major grocery chain who also voted against a national food program, a bill to lower grocery prices. If Poilievre wins, expect less I think that's supposed to be affordable housing and increased prices on common purchases like food, hydro. It can get worse. So much like the Ontario Conservatives, the federal Conservative Party is just loaded with people who have the interests of corporations and rich people in mind, not the interests of people, the Canadian people. As a minister in Stephen Harper's government, Poilievre fully supported bills like C-377 and C-525, which tried to bury unions in bureaucracy and make it harder for workers to form a union on their own, weakening workers' rights versus oligarchs and corporations. Poilievre once failed Poilievre wants failed U.S.-style right-to-work laws that attack the RAND formula, starve unions and sources they need to bargain better wages and benefits for their members. He wants to keep the common working person down while giving rich more leverage and impunity. Between 2004 and 2003, Poilievre voted against federal anti-SCAP legislation at least 8 times. He's consistent worked on weakened workers while strengthening the same corporations and oligarchs hoarding Canada's resources and wealth. At the age of 31, Poilievre qualified for a $120,000 a year MP pension. So he's 31. I was thinking 34, but no, 31 when he qualified for that pension. Despite that, he's spent his career working to ensure hardworking people aren't able to benefit from their hard-earned retirement pension. He's especially worked towards hiking the retirement age from 65 to 67. Poilievre also supports eliminating dependable defined benefit pensions and replacing them with inferior plans that will take all the risk off banks and corporations and put it on the backs of workers. If he wins, he'll weaken or even eliminate your worker right and benefits. Poilievre does not have a plan to fight climate change, nor does he care about our planet's future. He advocates for fossil fuel industry ability to function with impunity. In his 20 years as an MP, Poilievre has voted against protecting the environment over 400 times. Poilievre wants to eliminate major elements of climate protections. This includes opposition to a cap on pollution from oil and gas sector, clean fuel regulations, the clean energy electricity regulation, the Impact Assessment Act, just transition policies. There's a lot. While Poilievre has refused to say whether he would keep the federal industrial carbon pricing program, one of the top advisors, Jenny Brine, has implied that his Axe the Tax pro-oil corporation policy includes industrial carbon pricing. As part of Poilievre's commitment to support the rapid expansion of the oil and gas industry, he has compromised his corporate and oligarch friends to clear the way for pipelines and support pipelines south, north, east, and west. Poilievre won't commit to achieving the Paris Agreement emissions reduction targets. He is committed to increased export of fossil gas, claiming it will reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. He has hosted a private $1,650 plate fundraiser with his oil executive friends. And there's a lot more. That's not it. There's a lot more. There's a lot more. But to be fair, Anonymous also sent out a thread of the things that he has achieved. Poilievre's biggest accomplishments listed. Yeah. Like they said, wrote zero legislation, nothing. But I covered this a while ago, and this is a stark reminder again of yes, Justin Trudeau was horrible about what was happening in Gaza and the genocide that's happening there. Poilievre, it's going to be so much worse. So much worse. This is something he said in front of people with the cameras on.
Yesterday you said that you endorse Israel proactively defending itself by hitting Iran's nuclear sites, which is something that President Joe Biden does not endorse. Do you not feel like this could lead to a likelihood of an all-out conventional war between Iran and Israel? And do you not agree with Joe Biden and his assessment?
I think the idea of allowing a genocidal, theocratic, unstable dictatorship.
He's not talking about Israel. He's talking about Hamas there.
That is desperate to avoid being overthrown by its own people, to develop nuclear weapons.
Or he's talking
is
about
about
Iran.
The most dangerous and irresponsible thing that the world could ever allow. And if Israel were to stop that genocidal, theocratic, unstable government from acquiring nuclear weapons, it would be a gift
by the Jewish state to humanity.
Preemptive bombing and attacking of Iran's nuclear sites would be a gift to humanity if Israel did it. He is some of the things that he's said on more Zionist media about what he would plan to do, what he would allow Israel to get away with. It's beyond comprehension how damaging it would be. It's beyond comprehension how bad it will be. If Poilievre and Trump are both leaders at the same time, again, it's inconceivable what will happen in Gaza. And not just Gaza, but all the other areas that are Israel is itching to get involved with. It is just, like, a lot of people probably think it can't get worse. It can. It's like already beyond horrific what is happening there. It is a genocide. It is horrifying. But what those two would do as leaders of like two countries, the biggest backers of Israel, it is kind of horrifying. I haven't actually read this thread. I'm kind of curious to see what this person thinks. This is from Hussein. Pierre Poilievre's victory is not inevitable. There's still a narrow but possible path to defeat him and and stop his agenda, one that will harm millions while benefiting the wealthiest few. 6 ideas on defeating his agenda. Let's see if I agree. Momentum is not destiny. Polls show Poilievre leading, but elections are won on voting day, not before. In BC, a conservative win seemed possible, but last-minute shift helped the NDP win. Public sentiment will change if we act. They were closer? They were closer in the polls at that point. Again, I'm not a huge fan of looking at polls to begin with. But that last-minute shift needs to be big. It needs to be huge. And right now, I don't see any of the liberal contenders that are being floated around. I don't see any of them pulling it off. And there's not going to be a leadership race in the NDP. So I don't see this changing. The fight is bigger than one election. It's about rejecting a global shift towards anti-people policies, war, and climate disaster. Poilievre's momentum is the reason we must fight harder. 1. Stop saying it's over. Acting like Poilievre win is inevitable only strengthens his momentum. Instead, past defeats of right-wing agendas, people are mad at Trudeau, not sold on Poilievre. Your belief in strategic action, they want you hopeless. Like I'm saying, Poilievre is going to be the next prime minister. I'm not doing it as in a defeatist attitude. I'm doing it in, we need to prepare. Like, we need to get ready to fight. I would like to be proven wrong. I would like that thing, that big momentous thing to happen, to change it. But right now, I want to prepare for the oncoming tsunami. And I don't want people to put their head in their sand thinking it won't happen. I'd rather prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Elections are about choosing opposition. A Liberal or NDP minority isn't perfect. Sorry. I'm still not completely over my cold. So a Liberal or NDP minority isn't perfect, but it got us childcare, dental care, and pharmacare. Not good, but forward considering the power we have. some childcare, some dental care, some pharmacare. A humbled conservative minority is better than an emboldened Polyev majority. They wouldn't be humbled. It would be better. But the official opposition will most likely be the Bloc Québécois. So it would depend on a lot of what they want versus what gets through. The problem with the conservatives being so, generally speaking, unliked, without any common goals with the other parties, means that relatively quickly there will be another election if they're in a minority position, because there would be a vote of no confidence a lot sooner than later. Part of the reason why the Liberals held on for so long was the coalition they had with the NDP. So if the Conservatives can form a coalition with the Bloc Québécois, then they stand a better chance of surviving. But then that means that they have to have legislation that they strongly agree on, that the Conservatives will promise the Bloc that they'll push through should they support them. 3. Expose Poilievre's agenda. He named real problems but offer harm solutions. Healthcare, he slashed billions and will privatize housing. His policies enrich developers, not renters. Carbon tax, ending it won't make groceries affordable. We do need to get that message out. I'm trying with my tiny channel. Poilievre talks freedom, but his agenda means lower wages, higher housing and healthcare costs, environmental collapse, more corporate power, etc. I've seen the comments under some tweets like this, just saying some of the harms that Poilievre will create and stuff. I don't have the ability to talk sense into the people who are commenting on those videos, because I don't think there is anything I personally could say to them that would get them to wake up. It has to be people that they're close to within their party, people that they actually respect, to be saying this stuff. But, I would like to think it would work if we just told people this is what you can expect with Poilievre. But then again, Donald Trump. Speak to people where they are. There isn't a unified public. Everyone needs a different message. Reach key groups. Listen to their concerns. Show how Poilievre harms them directly. Offer a real alternative. A better future is possible, but only if he's defeated. Those are all good things. Like if you know people who are conservative and you know where a lot of their discontent is coming from and you can speak to that, do it. Because that's always the thing. There is no one fix. There is no one trick to make conservatives see the light. It is very individualized. You have to do it on a case-by-case basis. Reject no alternative thinking. Liberals let many down, but Poilievre will be worse. Harper's cuts still harm us today. Tell people to learn about local candidates. Wait for issue-based rankings. Vote on what they believe, not strategically. Definitely learn about your candidates and definitely actually look for issues. So issue-based rankings is sometimes organizations will send out surveys to the candidates to have them list like what they're for, what they're against and stuff like that. So then if you look at these organizations, you can see where your candidates lie on a lot of different topics and stuff. And so it's important to see that if you just want like a quick rundown of who stands for what, as opposed to having to go to each and every single one of their web pages or something. Focus on battlegrounds. We can't win everywhere, but we can stop Poilievre in key ridings. There are 122 battlegrounds in Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and suburbs where the Conservatives can be blocked. These areas hold the key to denying a majority. Voter mobilization. Join, grow effective organization battlegrounds ridings. Mobilize voters most likely to oppose them. Focus on turnout, especially on election day. Elections are won by those who show up. We defeat the agenda if we keep going after the elections. That kind of goes against the voting strategically, though, because that is voting strategically. It is in these battleground areas. If the Liberals have a better chance of winning, then you support the Liberals. If the NDP has a better chance of winning, then you support the NDP. Build beyond the election. Every person we mobilize now must stay involved. The fight doesn't end at the ballot box. We need this momentum in the hard days ahead. Stopping Poilievre's agenda is possible, but only if shake off the slump and get to work. I do agree with that. You know, that's the thing. If you're not happy with the people who are currently on the ticket, when the election is over, you have to fight like hell to make sure when the next election comes, there are people on the ticket you want to vote for. Like politics, again, I said, like with their short election cycles we have, it doesn't keep people engaged, but people need to be engaged year round when it comes to politics. And, you know, just because the election over, that's when the actual work starts. See more here, we can defeat him. So, like, I'm not against all of this. It's just, I guess I'm a little bit more pessimistic, which usually comes when you're a little bit more realistic. It'd be nice to be a little bit more optimistic about that. But again, I live in Ontario. We have Doug Ford as premier, and he's most likely going to be premier again if there's an election held today. It leaves me with a lot of pessimism when I see that, knowing like how much social murder he is responsible for, and he still got reelected. Anyway, that is it for Justin Trudeau stepping down. Still have like all of the stuff about Donald Trump to go over and a few quicker stories that I want to touch on. Oh, I didn't think the stream would be so long today. I always say that. One of these days, I'm going to be like, yeah, I have so much to go over. It's going to be a super long stream and be done in an hour. Okay, quickly checking the sandbox. Jet, many people think disability programs just work because they exist. This is not close to reflective of reality. Hermatologist, I don't qualify for that benefit either. Marty, say what you want about Premier Ford. At least he fights for Canada. Doug stands up for Trump. Yeah, we're going to be touching on that. We're going to be touching on it. Like, everyone suddenly doesn't care about all the wrongs he did because basically now in this moment he seems strong. And people who wouldn't have voted for him before, they feel protected by him in this moment. Which is just really sad because, again, the amount of social murder that man is responsible for is unconscionable. But the way that he's standing up to Trump, since, you know, the only other leader that has been very vocal has been Charlie Angus, and he's a NDP MP who's retiring this election. And we'll get to something Elizabeth May said, but other than that, it's been pretty cricket type things, except for like, finally, Justin Trudeau sent out a tweet that we will be covering on this live stream. John Davis, take your time, Sandy. You still have 3.5 hours to go. I don't know if I have that long in me. Jet, I'm jealous. The nonstop campaigning down here is literally maddening. And Hermatologist saying, but PP and the cons have been pre-campaigning. Yeah, they have been. They're not supposed to be, but they find workarounds. So I wanted to touch on a couple smaller stories before we get into the big story of Donald Trump wanting to start World War III with NATO. I feel this is important for people to pay attention to. Danielle Smith, Premier of Alberta, is horrible. Like, between her and Doug Ford, I really, quite honestly, don't know which one is worse. The anti-trans policies that she's putting through, the anti-queer policies, what she's doing to the healthcare there, everything. Horrible. So this person, Disordered, has tweeted out, so Danielle Smith has gone from promising to clear surgical backlog during the election to now hiding any deaths from her failure.
And we've started reducing the surgical backlog, 3,000 surgeries a month. By this time next year, we will have completely cleared the surgical backlog because we've invested in increasing the amount of operating room time.
And we're reducing surgical wait times. We're going to be able to keep this going. And if we continue at this rate, we will have completely eliminated our surgical backlog by this time next year and be the first province in the country to do so.
This is one of my top priorities. Dr. John identified there were 39,000 people waiting longer than medically necessary. Not only are we able every week to keep up with the number of surgeries needed, it's about 6,000 to 6,500, but we've also started clearing that backlog. We're now down to 30,000 people. We're clearing at a rate of 3,000 people a month. By this time next year, it will be completely eliminated, and we will be the first province in the country to do so. We are.
So it's over 2 minutes of basically those sound bites. But here we have Alberta Health has decided to stop collecting data on patients dying while waiting for surgery and diagnosis. This sort of secrecy is unhealthy. In November, Alberta Health staff walked into a restaurant in Calgary. Okay, the first part is just a preamble. So the issue concerns Alberta Health's decision to stop collecting data on patients dying while waiting for surgeries and diagnostic scans. The government used to collect partial data. Now it has decided to stop tracking the important metric altogether, unlike most other health bodies in Canada. I've covered it here in Ontario. I forget the number, but it is shockingly high, of people who are waiting for surgeries and to be diagnosed with things. Now, the thing I want people to keep in mind when you hear the extraordinarily high numbers is a lot of those people wouldn't have made it anyway. The surgery would maybe only delay it a bit, or it wouldn't solve the problem. The diagnosis scans might have just said, okay, what you have is terminal. So the numbers are bad, but they're not quite as scary as people seem to think it is. But to then go and hide it completely, that is disturbing. There is definitely things you're trying to hide at that point. And as far as I'm concerned, like, nobody should be waiting, like dying, waiting for surgeries and diagnosis scans, because even in the cases where it would still be terminal, then that gives the person more time to, come to terms with it, tie up loose ends, spend time with family, preparing, and all that sort of stuff. Like, it would give them more of a closure. So, people should be getting all of these within reasonable timeframes, which in all conservative left provinces, it's just been getting worse. So since 2019, Second Street Org has been filing information requests with the health bodies across Canada to track data on patients dying while waiting for treatment. It's an impossible issue to research for many reasons, not the least of which the patient dying because the government took too long to provide treatment is the ultimate failure of healthcare system. And that is, again, part of the tragic problem is a lot of people who are waiting, they could have survived had they got diagnosed sooner, had they got that needed surgery. So, like I said, some people wouldn't have been able to save, but a lot of people would have. We began researching this problem because there have been many reported cases of such incidents in Canada. This includes Alberta patient Jerry Dunham, who died in 2020 while waiting for a pacemaker to be implanted. Jeffrey left behind 2 young daughters. So, I'm not going to be getting into the rest of that. We kind of, see the picture for what it is. It's just horrible that, the thought that they're now going to be hiding this. Scary times. Did you know that here in Canada, we have very racist politicians? These next couple of things are kind of mind-blowing how horribly racist these people are, especially when it comes to issues of Palestinians. They just lose their shit with how racist they are. So from Mark Kirstein, he tweeted this out, a brand new low. Former Israeli right-wing government spokesperson joins Canadian MP Kevin Bong. He sits as an independent. He got kicked out of the party for reasons on radio to justify the enforcement of disappearance of Dr. Hassam Abu Safai based on unfounded allegations he's a terrorist. Nothing justifies disappearing people. So Elon Levy, a Zionist who has this little podcast, he tweeted out, terrorists don't get immunity just because they wear a stethoscope. There was an image of this doctor coming out of the hospital now finally destroyed, rubble all around him, in a tank in the distance. And he got disappeared after that. And we still have no idea what's happened to him. So he puts in quotations, Dr. Hassam Abu Safai of Kamal Adwan Hospital is a Hamas colonial. Sorry, it's getting late and I've been talking a lot. I know the word, I'm looking at it. But my dyslexic brain is not pronouncing it. Yeah, my dyslexic brain is not reading it properly. Sorry about that, but I do know what word I'm trying to go for there. I think you guys do too. You see it on the screen. The world should demand that Hamas stop using Gaza hospitals as military bases. So this was really horrible that this guy, Kevin, this is Kevin Bong here, would show up on this podcast to begin with. Somebody who tweeted this out. Absolutely horrific. So what does Kevin Bond do? He quotes tweets it and does a double quote of to really press upon how he agrees with this. Terrorists don't get immunity just because they wear a stethoscope. Absolutely horrendous person. This doctor. Like, the thing is that the people Israel puts in prison, captures, disappears. Death does not come quickly. What is happening in those places, it's just, it is beyond comprehension horrific what is happening to people in those facilities. And just to label anyone a Hamas terrorist because they work in a hospital in Gaza, and all of them are Hamas run apparently, nothing justifies what is happening to the people in Gaza. Nothing justifies what is happening to the people that they capture and torture. Like, I'm not covering it, but other places have covered it, where there was supposed to be an investigation into the claims of rape when Hamas on October 7th. But Israel actually put a stop to it because apparently they were worried that it would expand into looking at 2 instances of rape for Palestinians in prison. But I'm going to toss this into the Sandbox. I saw it on the Majority Report today, actually. It is a petition. Demand to free Dr. Hassam Abu Safai from Israel detention. Fill up this form, send a personalized letter to your representative demanding an immediate release of Dr. Hassam and other healthcare workers hostages illegally detained by Israel. Demand to end Israel's genocide Israel's genocide, Palestine, and to uphold medical neutrality. I believe this is if you're Canadian, but it has the option for zip code and postal code. So if you can, please sign the petition. They're getting close to the 800 signatures they have for their goal. I will be adding my name to it. So next on the super duper racist, especially towards Muslims, Lisa McLeod. I've covered her plenty of times before on this channel because she's horrible. Zionist. How much of a Zionist? She actually has it in her Twitter bio. But this, again. It was so bad it got deleted. Ah. That's how you know it was bad. Oh, I wonder if anybody got a screen grab of that. I should have. Normally they don't delete these sorts of things. So basically what's happening right now is they're having a contested nomination. So normally, like with the NDP, because there's an election coming up, federal election, she's a federal, when there's an election, if the incumbent is running again with the NDP, there's not allowed to be a contested nomination. Apparently, with the Conservatives, there is a contested nomination. And the person that is deciding to run against Lisa... What is happening here? Was this person... who had a whole freaking webpage. Wow, this is really spoiling this section. Basically, he is Muslim. And she said, vote for him if you want Sharia law in Canada. That's what the post said. Is this one still there? Is this like a Twitter thing? Just going to check. So this is Lisa here, and as you see, like right here in her bio is Zionist. There's the apology. I want to apologize for my remarks I made in my January 7th X post about Husseini, I think is how you say his name. While it was not my intention to mislead or hurt anyone, I recognize that my comments were inappropriate. I have been on the receiving end of unfair comments myself and should have done better. This experience has reminded me of the importance of thoughtful and accurate communication. I deeply respect and congratulate anyone who seeks to serve the public through elected office, as it requires courage, dedication, and strong commitment to community. I will strive to ensure my words reflect these values moving forward. Did somebody screen grab it? There we go. So Neopene is the Ryan. Hey, Neopene, if you support Sharia law, next PC candidate for Neopene could be Hussein. That is the now deleted tweet. Because Colin DeMello was also just saying you're not fit for public office. Because he was quote tweeting that, saying, I'm old enough to remember when Randy Hiller was expelled from PC caucus for saying yada 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 to a parent of a child with autism. Yet one-time cabinet minister Lisa McLeod continues to have the premier's confidence. And she replied back to him saying, not sure why Colin DeMello is not a supporter of Jews or Israel, but I've been elected way longer than Hiller and Ford, and I haven't stopped supporting my community. You want to represent Neopen? And Colin DeMello just saying, you're not fit for office. And her saying, thanks, Colin. You are very sweet. I did run 6 times and won 6 times. I am aware of my health and remembered twice you chasing me when I was very unwell, and it's setting me back health-wise. Are you seriously trying to blame him because he was trying to get you to make a comment on a news story? Few weeks till I am retired. I am so happy you win. Oh, so she's not running again. So she's retiring. Oh, thank God. So she was just worried that the next person in her riding, so it's not a contested nomination. It's coming. So it's an open nomination for who will be the candidate in that riding. And she was just warning people it could be a Muslim. Yeah, I'm glad some people got a screen grab of that because it is really bad. She is a horrible, horrible person. Because then she also sent out a tweet just saying, this is the message that he sent out. Ah, scary, scary Muslim. And it's usually because of rhetoric like that we get stories like this. How RCMP is responding to an unprecedented threat against MPs officials. And this is from Global News. The head of the RCMP unit in charge of protecting politicians says the force is ready for a looming federal election, even as it deals with unprecedented levels of threats against MPs and candidates. Michelle Paredes, the RCMP Assistant Commissioner in charge of protective policy, says the requests for protection are continuing to increase and more members are being recruited to meet the demand. Those members are consistently being trained up on new emerging threats at home from abroad, with the goal of ensuring they are consistently vigilant. Let's see, where's the increase? So in 2019, the House of Commons Sergeant-at-Arms Office opened 8 files on threats against MPs. That number shot up to 530 last year. Whether it's here in Canada, whether it's online, whether it's somebody in their basement in another country, they're coming in at a rate that we've never seen, Paredes said. This is an unprecedented time for us. So Gabrielle Letourneau, a threat specialist for RCMP, Protective Services Unit, is the first officer tasked with profiling the people sending those threats and assessing how credible they may be. He told Stephenson the threats that reached his desk are never considered zero risk. What raises it higher, he explained, is if the person displays specific homicidal fantasies. Suicidal ideation would also suggest the person is not afraid to die themselves when carrying out violent threat, he added. They're all bad, but some of them are way more graphic in nature, or they're way more personal, he said. Paredes called the distinction awful but lawful versus a more direct threat of violence. If it reaches a stage of criminality, I will kill you, then we lay charges, she said. If it's, I hope you get run over by a bus, that doesn't reach the threshold of criminality, but it does mean that whoever that was directed towards does feel some kind of threat. So we will go and make a door knock and say to the person who sent the threat, we're aware of you, and a lot of time that's enough to stop. Now they go on to try to say, it's all parties are being targeted and stuff, but there's a distinct difference on how many are coming from one side to the other, and the media likes to not get into specific details. They don't like basically saying that it's right-wingers making the bulk of the threats, which it is. They'll say, oh yes, MPs in all parties are being targeted, and it is true, but far, far more, it's from right-wingers to anyone they see is on the left. So liberals, NDPs, even conservatives who aren't as right-wing lunatic as they are. And a lot of this is, again, it's the rhetoric that Pierre Poilievre puts through. I've covered this plenty of times on my channel, and it's not getting better. It's getting worse. And this election campaign cycle, it's going to be over the top with like different threats and things of that sort. Like even just seeing the civility lost in the statements from Pierre and Jagmeet. You know, the one that Elizabeth May continued to have, but they lost it. It feels like there's going to be no holding back this election, and it's going to get vicious. And I'm concerned about the safety of a lot of the people who will be running in these elections. Let's see. Okay. So I don't, if it was in my last or the stream before that, I was talking about Kevin O'Leary, and he was the host of Dragon's Den and also Shark Tank in the States. Very similar. He's a billionaire, rich person, entrepreneur, business, whatever. And I covered him because he recently went down to, or he wants to negotiate with Donald Trump the surrender of Canada. Basically, is he wants to negotiate, you know, how that will happen, which is just, as a lot of people are saying, kind of treasonous. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but he is definitely wanting to work with Donald Trump on how to assimilate Canada into the United States, despite being Canadian himself. Well, apparently he's on board with another trend, and that trend is to buy up social medias. So there's a thing about TikTok, and apparently the United States is trying to force China to sell TikTok because that's a social media platform they don't have control of. The right-wing billionaires here in North America don't have a hold of TikTok. And so it's only, they don't get to control the algorithms, things of that sort. They try to claim it's spyware and all that sort of stuff, when the reality is there's all the same stuff. Like, to me, does it matter if, you know, the corporations and governments here are spying on me, or if it's the Chinese corporations and governments that are spying on me for their own reasons? Like, does it make much difference to me in my daily life? And so Kevin O'Leary says he's near a deal to buy TikTok to prevent it from being banned in the United States.
And we want to. And then on midday, 12:05, Trump will be who we have to work with to close the deal in the months ahead. So I wanted to let him know, as well as others in his cabinet, that we're doing this, and we're going to need their help.
Well, that's going to be a very interesting story to watch. You know, I want to go back to that, but I want to.
And we want to.
So it turns out this has been in the works for a while. I think it's only now kind of getting a little bit more traction in the media because of everything that's been happening with social media, like Twitter, and what's happened when you have billionaires buy that and whatnot. I want you to pay attention to this background. You're about to get a behind-the-scenes look with that one. Not with this one, but with that one, you're going to get a behind-the-scenes look. So this was from 9 months ago, and it was Kevin O'Leary considers buying TikTok as House set to vote on crackdown. So apparently now he's in the next stages of going through with it.
Makers expected to vote on a major TikTok crackdown. That's coming this Wednesday. Now, the measure would ban, or at least possibly force the sale of the app to someone not affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. Shark Tank investor Kevin O'Leary is going to join us now, and he says he might be one of those people who's interested then in buying TikTok. So, Kevin, great to have you this morning. I'm going to have to ask you to help me understand, okay? Because I'm just, you know, I'm a morning show, talk show host. You're Mr. Wonderful. How do you, I mean, first of all, if the House did this, how do you force ByteDance to divest of TikTok? I don't even know how you feasibly do that when it's so connected to a government entity like the CCCP.
Well, I'm not going to do that. Order of law is going to do that. The company's got itself in trouble before. This issue won't go away. Let me preface my remarks by saying I admire the Chinese people, the advancements in culture and technology and science that they brought over the thousands of years. I just don't trust the Chinese government, and it turns out either does Congress.
So that's from 9 months ago. And this one is a little bit more recent. So remember those backgrounds that we were looking at? Now you're going to get a behind the scenes look as to what it looks like.
You were just with the president-elect in Mar-a-Lago. I want to talk to you about...
So this is a lot more recent. It's a freaking tall thing, so I can't see the date on it exactly. But this is like within the last week this got posted, I think.
About that idea, I want to talk to you about TikTok.
Look at that. There's the screen. This is his home. This is his home studio. And he's wearing those pants with that jacket. And he thought, do you know what? I'm just going to provide a behind the scenes look as to this so that people can see I'm a normal human. Oh, here, can we make that bigger? Yes, I am a normal human. Look at me. You know what kind of pants I'm wearing right now? Jeans. Normal. I love how billionaires try to be like, I am just one of the regular people. Look at me. I have this nice little background and that people see, and I'm wearing plaid pajama pants and flip-flops as we're talking.
I asked a couple of things of them. I said, you know, the Canadians that have come down to see you, Justin Trudeau and then a few ministers, I would argue to you that you're wasting your time with them. And I didn't know at the time Trudeau was going to quit a few hours ago. But I said,
look at the contrast between this looking all nice and professional, like, yeah, I got this, to this.
forget those people. They're going to get wiped out in the next election. Why don't you give Canadians a chance to go through the electoral process like you did and give a leader a 4-year mandate like you have, and then let's get down to business, because there's a lot of interesting ideas you've posted. One of them I really like is combining the currencies, or coming up with a uni passport, or talking about zero tariffs north, south, east, west. So Canadians have a lot of tariffs between their provinces. Get rid of all that stuff, and then all of a sudden we'd make a lot more money together and be a lot more powerful to our adversaries. And then protect the north and don't worry about the border so much. And anyways, the conversation was about that, but I also had a different agenda around TikTok as well. But, you know, I tell everybody right now, they keep calling me, are you going to Davos? I said, yes, that's called Mar-a-Lago this year. I don't have to go to Switzerland to see everybody I need to see.
Which is actually kind of a sad statement. It's very true. Like, now all these business deals are just going to be made out in the open at Mar-a-Lago with the soon-to-be president again of the United States. Like, there, anyone can still, I'm pretty sure anyone can buy a membership who can afford whatever membership cost it is. Like, it is so unsafe, the amount of leaks that come out of there. To do, like, high-level official business at Mar-a-Lago? But it's just, like, now it's a new club for all the billionaire business buddies to, you know, negotiate which country we're going to sell, pretty much in his case, what he wants, which social media platform we're going to buy so that we can control the narrative, because we don't like the algorithms that China has, because they don't correspond with our algorithms completely. You know, there's a little bit, like, here's the thing, there's a little bit too much freedom of speech going on in China. We don't like what they're saying over in China, so we want to buy TikTok so that we can control it here.
I just go to Mar-a-Lago.
You go there, you talk to Trump about TikTok.
So simply, I need TikTok because I'm an advocate for entrepreneurship, which is bipartisan in America. Everybody knows that. My guys are companies between 1 and 500 employees, which represents 62% of job creation in America. And if you're running a product or service as a family, you're spending about 60% of your digital spend on TikTok because your customer acquisition cost is the lowest on any platform. So no, I don't want to turn it off. I want to abide by what Congress said on a bipartisan basis, take out the Chinese spyware. So we're going to find out on the 10th around noon.
Take out the Chinese spyware so we can add all the American and Canadian spyware.
Whether or not this challenge to free speech is going to work or not, because it's nothing about free speech. It's about stripping out the Chinese spyware, which is in. Everybody knows it's spyware. But what I wanted to eliminate, Frank McCourt and I wanted to eliminate today, in fact, this press release was provided to both administrations last night, very late, is look, if the justices think that this Chinese company can tell them we can't sell it because no one will buy it without the algorithm, false. We'll buy it without the algorithm. We don't need them.
So we can put our own algorithm in there, which is a right-wing algorithm.
We'll do it ourselves. And so that's in the market now with this. We're going to wait to the 10th. And then we put a syndicate together, and we're going to turn, as I like to say in a whimsical way, let's make TikTok wonderful again. It's that simple.
Let's make TikTok wonderful again. Mm-hmm. Let me rub Donald Trump's balls just a little bit more. That's what he's saying. Okay, so that was a lot. So in just a few days, we'll find out if there's going to be much in the way of progress of Kevin O'Leary buying TikTok, which will be interesting. So I need a bit of a break because I've been talking nonstop for like 3 hours. And the next segment is all about Donald Trump wanting to buy Canada or economic things and stuff. And there's a fair bit to go over. Videos and stuff. What Doug Ford is doing, what Fox News is saying, which some of the other content creators aren't picking up on it the same way I am. And it's just so fucking creepy. Anyway, I am going to take a quick break and I will be back in just a few moments so I can, get some chocolate and an air drink. And I'm back. I should put together like a cat video or something. Because I used to do a letter hack ad. And I could still do it, but it's very outdated. Some of the drawings on it, just, you know, what he says for regular times of shows and stuff. So I could see if he has another one. Or if there's like another YouTuber that I know that wants that. I don't know. It would have to be one that I already know because I don't want to have to go through the vetting process of different YouTubers and stuff. Because I have very limited time. Like, I'm so tired. I was up early this morning because I had an appointment. And it's been a busy couple days. Because on Monday, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, I had to take my car into the garage for a headlight was out. So I'm thinking, okay, a light bulb. That's all I need. Nope. Turns out that a critter had chewed through the wires. And so Abernathy is in the clear because I don't let my cats outside. So he was not the one who chewed through that wire. So that was over $100 for a headlight. Please, if you have extra money. Yeah. And then I've just been on the go all day today. Like, it took me... I got home from my appointment, which was really early. And then was just setting up for this and stuff. I've had no downtime yet today. I've just been sitting here. So, I'm going to check the Sandbox and then we'll get back into it. Because there's some interesting stories. Well, it's an interesting story to get into the nitty-gritty of. Welcome to the Sandbox, the Wild West. Oh, hello, Christy Zed. The Wild West. I would ban X from Canada if I could. Maybe the government read my thoughts. I don't want Twitter gone. I want it bought by the government and nationalized. I want Canada to buy it and nationalize it. Because Twitter still serves a purpose. And I will, no matter what, I'll still be on it until the end of the Canadian election at least, because a lot of information will be gathered that way. Because it's still a place where I go to find stories from reporters I trust. Politicians still post on there, so you hear directly from them. I'm still followed on there by Sam Cedar and the Majority Report and Emma. And they don't follow me on Blue Sky, so until they follow me on Blue Sky, I can't give up Twitter. Hello. How do I actually say your name? A Scout is taken? I'm not saying that right. The Wild West, I will not judge the fashion, I will judge the treachery. Mozart, I'm pro pajama. If anything, the problem I have is with his outfit is the tie and jacket. Well, sometimes I wear more comfy pants and stuff. It's just... He wasn't doing that because it's natural to him. He was doing it because he wants to look like he's a normal human. Like, there's a lot of people, if I were to saw that, I'd be like, no, it checks out. But with him, it's like, no, he's like trying to imitate humanity with it. I've been underground. Just a heads up, Sandy, Dylan Burns, another large lefty YouTuber, is currently reaching out and talking to Canadian YouTubers, journalists, to talk about Canadian politics. Might be worth reaching out. I do know the name. I've seen him on some stuff. I have no idea how to reach him. Mostly around Trump trying to make Canada part of the USA, but still. I would love to talk to him. I have no idea how to reach him. Because as far as I know, he doesn't follow me on any platforms, and yeah. I'm very easy to reach. I advertise my email. and I have my inboxes open, or my DMs open for whatever platforms they can be open on. So I'm actually very easy to reach, but I don't know how to reach other people. And speaking of collaborations, if you missed it earlier in the stream, I was about to say if you missed it this morning, it feels like when I started this, it was the morning. Next week, coming on my show, is Boston Brian. That should be super interesting. I need to learn a little bit more about him before he comes on. Because I found out about him through Ben Dixon, who was doing a crossover. And so now I'm going to be doing crossover with him. And for those of you who know, who've seen Americans come on my show before, you know what to expect. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. You don't get to tell him. But that should be super fun. As Scout is taken, the Israeli embassy in Mexico has come out in protest of this violation of a wax statue. I heard something about that. Where they just smashed up a wax statue. Oh no! You see, like, I get the symbolism and stuff, but if somebody burns a flag, wrecks a statue or something like that in a protest setting, I have zero issue with it. I don't care. I don't care. It could be me. I don't care. I get a little bit more worried when it's in somebody's backyard and they're using it for target practice, which has happened. Like, to me, that's a little bit more threatening. But if you're in a protest setting and there's an effigy or something like that, to me, that's a whatever. But, yeah, so, like, the fact that there was a statue of the person, I don't care. I don't care. Israel can cry all they want. Oh, hello, B-Cat. Says, let's go, Sandy. He seems like a solid guy talking about Boston Brian. Yep, I'll have to learn a little bit more about him before he comes on, because I really just found out about him through Ben. That's what I do. I go into some of these things cold. Like, I think the first time I ever had somebody on my live stream, and this was like, we're talking like the beginning months of my YouTube channel. And it wasn't a live stream, it was a pre-record. But the first time I had somebody on for like a casual chat type thing, I literally just put out a word on Twitter like, hey, I'm looking to have a collaboration. And the first person that answered me, I'm like, okay. We actually had a really good conversation. He went by Screaming in the Wind, and he was going to start a YouTube channel, but from the looks of it, it never got around to it. American, progressive living in a very conservative area and stuff. So we had a pretty decent chat for a long time. And that was such a long time ago. So it's like, if I see them from a trusted source, so like I trust Ben Dixon, and so I trust his referrals, and I guess in a way, seeing him on Boston Brian as a referral. So it's not like I will just, like these days, it's not like I will just hop on the stream with anyone. I would have to know them or be referred from another lefty for them, because I'm not a debater. I'm not combative in person and stuff. So I don't want to be put in a situation where I show up on a live stream to be like ambushed or something. But from what I saw of their two talk, which was very interesting. Like, yeah, he seemed like a solid guy. And I just like people with accents. I'm just saying it. There are some accents I don't like. His accent kind of nice. Okay, I'll give a free pass to anyone on my channel if they come on and they have a sweet ass. Okay, I like Russian accent. Russian, Scottish, Irish. Those are nice accents. Quebec French accent I really like. I don't like the France French accent, but the Quebec French accent. Basically, if it requires a lot of like spittle in order to do the accent, I tend to like those ones. John Davis, for one brief moment, I thought you were going to say Boston Market, and B-Cat saying I could go for some Boston Market. There's a Boston Pizza. I could go for Boston Pizza. Yeah, we have New York fries, Boston Pizza, like all these things up here in Canada. New York fries, also really good. Sorry, getting a little hiccupy. So yeah, next Tuesday, he hasn't confirmed, like he gave me the time and I've replied back to him, yes, that sounds great. So unless there's any unforeseen interruptions, he's going to be on my show next Tuesday at 8 p.m. And again, all of you who know what to expect, shh, it's more fun that way. Okay, shall we get into it? Ugh, I'm done looking at this picture. I have a screen right in front of my face, and it's a big blown up ass picture of Donald Trump, which now all of you guys are going to have the misfortune of also seeing. So, a while ago, I started covering Donald Trump's joke of him claiming Canada will be the 51st nation and stuff. There was a picture of him on a mountain with a Canadian flag overlooking a Swiss mountain, the Matterhorn, I think it was. He was making the joke ever since Justin Trudeau went down there and groveled about, you know, the tariffs and whatnot, as opposed to having like a strong stance against it. He just like went down to Mar-a-Lago to, I don't know, serve his food. It was kind of an embarrassing reaction to Donald Trump's threats versus who else he threatened and how they reacted, which we'll get a little bit into. But I think at that point, Donald Trump knew he had Justin Trudeau by the leash. And he hasn't let that joke stop. And in fact, it's been getting worse. And I've said it before, and I'm terribly worried about this. Donald Trump will try everything he is claiming he's going to do. He will try it. Whether he gets through with it is all dependent on the people around him and the pushback he gets from the ultra wealthy. That's part of the reason why I'm not entirely sure the tariffs will go through, because the ultra wealthy who run the corporations, they don't want it. So there's a chance that will stop. It's the same with like the HB1 visa thing, where, you know, Elon Musk wanted HB1 visas, so therefore Donald Trump does too, because it helps his billionaire friends. But this joke of his, it hasn't gone away. And like I said, it's been getting worse. And it's been rubbing a lot of Canadians the wrong way, me included. And the reason why, it's not out of some sense of patriotism. Like, I suppose I do have a little bit of that deep down inside. I'm not proud of Canada, but I'm grateful to be a Canadian. But I think I also do like being Canadian, which is a very complicated relationship that I have with this country, knowing what this country is responsible for. But also part of the unease and angst I'm feeling with his joking is that there is a much more implied threat there. If Donald Trump were to try anything, we can't stop it. Like, there's nothing, we don't have the military, the might, the money to really stop him from doing whatever he wants. Now, I've never thought that there would be like boots on the ground type situation, type like trying to annex part of Canada. But I said from the get-go, economics would be the way that he would go. And it turns out that is the way he is thinking. So he has confirmed what I was thinking. See, I know these things. I knew these things ahead of time. From the get-go, I said economic, and well, we'll hear it from him. Where's the full screen button?
You said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No. So that was quiet from the reporter just asking that you say you would use military force for Panama and Greenland, but will you for Canada?
Economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. You know, they make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars.
There's just, he has no clue what he's talking about. He has no understanding of trade and relationships or anything of that sort. He has no idea of like what the deficit means. Like if one country is spending more money towards another one, it doesn't mean that there's some sort of deficits going on. It's mean that they're buying more goods. Like it's just, he has no clue. He just hears words and thinks to himself, does that sound good or bad? Does that make me sound strong or weak? And he's antagonizing his biggest trading partners. Canada, not the biggest. It's usually Mexico. It's basically, we're usually within the top three. And it's China, Mexico, and Canada. And depending on when any one of us can be the biggest trading partner to the United States. But it's often Mexico. It can be China. Whereas for us, the United States is always our largest trading partner. And then we also get Mexico and China as well. But it's just, from the start, to hop into office and start antagonizing your biggest trading partners, to start threatening the Panama Canal, Greenland, for what? Like, what is the end of this? Like, what does he hope to gain? And, you know, people say, oh, you shouldn't compare things to like Nazi Germany and Hitler. It's like, he's talking about annexing and putting military on the ground for Greenland and for Panama Canal and having an economic annexation of part of Canada. If he's not joking, then what is that? Like, if he goes through with that, then how is it any different? Like, this is how it starts. You know, it doesn't start with a full-fledged genocide and gas chambers. It starts with this. And it started a long time ago. For years, people were calling Donald Trump a fascist. It wasn't an exaggeration. And now he's going to be in power again with a lot of the things that were holding him back before are gone. It is going to be a very intense. And people keep on saying 4 years. Some people say there might not be in their election. You know what? I don't even rule that out. But who's to say the next person that gets to be president of the United States won't be worse at this point? It'd be nice to think that they get somebody better, but who's to say it won't be worse? Like, it's just, this isn't another 4-year battle. This isn't just a 4 years we have to get through. This is like a fight that we will be taking on forever. Because it's when people started to relax and not fight back as hard as when the fascists came back. If you watch Andor, very, very good series. And there's a speech at the end where she says the empire, or fascism, thrives when we sleep. That is when they become strong. And we've been asleep on this for way too long.
We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber. We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more?
You're probably losing that on buying energy. I saw some graphs and stuff of this. I wish I remembered to actually save it. I'll try looking for it in between things, where it's how much energy the United States is reliant on Canada for. And that's why Doug Ford's threat, although I seriously doubt he'd be able to follow through with it, of cutting off the power supply to over 1 million Americans actually holds some weight. Because while a lot of trade and tariffs and stuff and all that, the states can control, we control a lot of the energy. And considering that there was just a massive snowstorm that reached across the United States, there's all these forest fires and stuff that are just ravaging areas, you kind of need the energy.
To protect Canada. And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers, and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope, no right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion too. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country, $200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state.
Generally speaking, when it comes to like military actions, especially overseas, it's joint projects. We don't rely on Americans for military action. In fact, there's usually been an uneven balance of that, like Canada joining in the First and Second World War, I believe, before the Americans. I'm not an expert on that. We sell plenty of weapons to Israel ourselves. Like, we have our own military industrial complex here. And also, like, the idea of, like, oh, we protect Canada and keep them safe. Well, yeah, of course you do. Because do you really want some sort of hostile government on your border? Like, we have the luxury over here that, like, in Canada, we only have the United States bordering us. I guess, technically speaking, you could say Russia is somewhere up north. But really, it's just the United States, and the United States is just wedged between, Canada and Mexico. So when it comes to hostilities from other nations, we have oceans protecting us. Like, it's the likelihood of, Russia doing an invasion of Canada. Like, there used to be movies, I think, back in the 80s where they had, like, the Red Scare or something like that. And it's like, oh, they're burrowing underground in order to invade. That's not going to happen because the amount of resources and time and the movement it would need in order to have an invading force come into North America, it's not going to happen. So we're generally speaking pretty safe up here. So it is in the United States' best interest to make sure that whatever happens to us doesn't result in a hostile nation being on their border.
That's why I told Trudeau when he came down, I said, what would happen if we didn't do it? He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function. if we didn't take their 20% of our car market. You know, they send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk.
Well, considering that they already exported all of those jobs, like the main manufacturing jobs, they've exported out to like China and Mexico and stuff. Yeah, you kind of do need what we provide. Because you're not self-sufficient, and I don't think you want to be either, because then that would increase the cost of goods.
We got a lot of milk. We got a lot of everything. And we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question, but I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit, and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors. But we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money. And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state. But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. And so we're not going to have it with them either.
Yeah, he doesn't understand how trade and manufacturing works, because often a lot of the trade is just for parts that then get manufactured on one side of the border and then gets sent back, and then it's manufactured a bit on that side, and it keeps on going back and forth and stuff. Like he doesn't know. He doesn't get it. For somebody that's supposed to be so good in business, he's absolutely fucking clueless as to how businesses actually work. So then he's also been tweeting out these things on Truth Social. So you got, ooh, United States, look at that. All of this could be the United States. And it's not just one. It's also this one, and just anonymous. USN screaming it's a distraction or it's Putin's ploy. You dumb ass president is threatening to invade its neighbors, and we have no doubt that he will try. You failed to stop him if he attempts it. Don't blame the world for the war that will engulf your entire country, pretending it isn't dangerous or an international crisis isn't going to stop him from trying. And so he's tweeted this out, or truthed it out. And the thing is that he keeps on talking about Canada as the 53rd state. You really think that all of Canada, a country that already has more landmass than the United States, will be one state? No, we're broken into provinces, 10, and a few territories. And technically speaking, it could probably get broken up a little bit more, but the population is so minor, it doesn't matter, because there are distinct cultures in different parts of the country, as with most big countries like this. There'd be multiple states at a minimum. Also, who do you think they'd vote for? Because even our conservatives, a lot of them would never vote for Trump. You see, here's my theory. That not too long ago, he saw an electoral map of Canada for, last election and the election before that. And he saw all of this red on it. And he thought, if we get Canada, we'll get all those votes. Without realizing that in Canada, red means liberal and blue means conservative. He doesn't know that. And so he saw all those maps and he thought, look at all that red. We could have them voting Republican down here too for us. Like he must be terrified looking at the map now, seeing all the blue that's probably popping up. Thinking, oh no, look at all those Democrats. That's my theory. And I think he's dumb enough that it would actually be a thing. Been playing with my hair too much. So he's also threatened Greenland, and he's threatened the Panama Canal, and he's threatened Mexico. they actually have leaders that say something, that push back. And so Nikki Ashton, she's an NDP MP here in Canada. She said solidarity with Greenland as they stand up to Trump and Trump hysteria. Canada could learn a few things. And so here's the Premier of Greenland. Their message today. Let me repeat, Greenland belongs to the people of Greenland. Our future and fight for independence is our business. While others, including Danes and Americans, are entitled to their opinions, but we should not be caught up in the hysteria and external pressures distract from our path. The future is ours and ours to shape. We commit to exercising our right as people and fulfilling our duties with wisdom and care. Every day is spent on working to become independent. We can cooperate. Be nice if we got something like that from Justin Trudeau from the beginning. Because you notice how he doesn't joke about Mexico all that much anymore? Don't autoplay. He doesn't really joke. But he's continuing this joke about Canada, about, the 51st state. Again, I don't take any of this lightly. I don't think he's threatening. I think he fully intends to try everything he's saying. But, the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, she actually pushes back. And it's nice to see. And it'd be nice, again, if Justin Trudeau had done anything remotely similar to this. So this will be in subtitles, so I'm going to mute this and just read the subtitles. The Gulf of Mexico is recognized by the United Nations, but why don't we call it America Mexicana? It sounds... It sounds nice, doesn't it? Isn't that right? Since the 1607. The Constitution of... I don't know how to say that. Oops. And it went by really fast. The Constitution of was of America Mexicana, Mexican America. So let's call it America Mexicana. It sounds nice, doesn't it? In Gulf of Mexico, well, since 1670, it has been recognized internationally. I think there's going to be a good relationship. I don't see why there can be a bad relationship. I think President Trump has his way of communicating. It is a serious accusation for the president to say that the narcos govern Mexico. Yes, but that's false. It is false. That's why I commented that. With all due respect, well, maybe. Yesterday you had some bad information and you think of Felipe Calderon and Garcia Luna are still in power? In Mexico? The people govern because the president was elected by the people of Mexico, and we are dealing with the problem of insecurity. Let's go. Goodbye. See, it's a nice tongue-in-cheek way that she was dealing with it. I'll play some audio so that you can get an idea of her sound.
América Mexicana. Se oye bonito, ¿no? ¿verdad que sí? Desde 1607, la Constitución de Apatzingán era de América Mexicana.
A little confident, a little condescending, kind of like it. Meanwhile, remember this image. Yeah, there we go. That in contrast to what the Mexican president is doing. It's pretty sad. But of course, Justin Trudeau, finally, now that he's resigned, he has sent out a clear message to Donald Trump. There isn't a snowball chance in hell that Canada would become part of the United States. Workers and communities in both our countries benefit from each other's biggest trading and security partner. It only took him resigning for him to finally say something forceful. And even that, I don't know, it's too campy to be forceful. It's kind of just way too campy. Like it just, there was so much more he could have done. And the thing with Trump is that he's a bully. And if you let him know at the beginning where your boundaries are, how forceful you are in pushing back against him, he tends to back off. But since Justin Trudeau never did that, he's just kept on getting worse and worse and worse. And so finally, now that Justin Trudeau doesn't have to actually deal with it in the future, he's now finally becoming vocal about it. But again, one of the things that I worry about with this upcoming election is the interference we're going to have from Elon Musk on Twitter in particular. It happened in the United States. He's doing it with other countries. Some countries are pushing back. I don't think Canada has the bones to do anything that would push back in any sort of forceful way against a billionaire who owns a social media platform. There should be, because in Canada, we have laws about foreign interference. Not that that seems to matter much anymore. But, so this is Justin Trudeau's tweet. This is a real reply to it from Elon Musk. It's a bit offensive, so I'll just warn you about that. Girl, you're not the governor of Canada anymore, so it doesn't matter what you say. Transphobic. Let's just say that. Also, there's been plenty of attacks on Justin Trudeau. A lot of the people on the right accuse Justin Trudeau of being queer in some way or another as an attack. Justin Trudeau, of course, if he were queer, there's great, but for the right wing, they tend to use that identity as a way to denigrate or insult, when that's just a double whammy, I guess you could say, for the queer community, because our identities shouldn't be used as insults to other people. And that's why I don't like it when I see other people, even on the left, doing that sort of thing as a way to insult a right-winger by referring to them as gay or closeted or something of that sort. Because our identities should never be used in that way. But, this is the person who owns a very influential platform right now, and what he's saying to the leader of a country. Like, there's nothing reining in Elon Musk at this point. He's just getting away with whatever the hell he likes. And so he's just, adding fuel to the fire. This will help, get Trump all happy and amped up. And then it's just a feedback loop of those two stroking each other's ego. It's like a little stroking circle of sorts. The way that they love to get off on each other's power, I guess. So it's like I said, this election is going to be pretty tumultuous, and this is again part of the reason why I fully intend to stay on Twitter till at least the end of the election, because there's going to be a lot on Twitter that needs to be paid attention to. And what Elon Musk does during our election should be pretty noteworthy and probably illegal. Well, here's what Pierre Poilievre finally had to say about, Donald Trump's constant threats. And the thing with conservatives is that there's a little bit of a rock and a hard place situation, because they want to suck up to Donald Trump, but at the same time, they don't want to be attacked. They don't want their economy, their policies attacked. They don't want to be threatened with tariffs and things of that sort, things that would hurt them personally in their ridings and whatnot. They don't want to look weak. And so it's kind of like, as I say, we have the leopards eating face party. Now, the conservatives here are leopards, no doubt about it, just like the Republicans are leopards. However, the leopards in Canada and the leopards in America are two different breeds of leopards, and they don't necessarily recognize each other. So when the Canadian leopards try to get in with the American leopards, it's only a matter of time before the American leopards realize those spots are a bit different. And then what happens? Right, it's the whole eating face thing. So Pierre Poilievre had tweeted out, Canada will never be the 51st state, period. No, it would be more like this up to the 60th at a bare minimum, more like the 80th. We'd probably break it into like 20 states. Although one state would probably then only have 30,000 people in it, just given the population density. We are a great and independent country. Oh, now we're a great country, huh? Funny, that's not usually his type of rhetoric when he's talking about Justin Trudeau. We are the best friends of the U.S. We spent billions of dollars and hundreds of lives helping Americans retaliate against Al-Qaeda 9/11 attacks. We supply the U.S. with billions of dollars of high quality and totally reliable energy well below market prices. We buy hundreds of billions of dollars of American goods. Actually, I'm going to try to bring something up. Let's see. That's it, yeah. Come From Away was a musical actually made in response to 9/11. And the hospital, oh my gosh. It's getting late and I've been speaking a lot and I've been up really long and I'm tired, so my dyslexia is really starting to get at me. Hospital, like not hospital, but when you're a good host. So basically I'll just read here. Come From Away is a musical with book, music, and lyrics by Irene Sankoff and David Hine. It's based on the events in Newfoundland, town of Gander, during the week following September 11th attacks, when 38 planes carrying approximately 7,000 passengers were ordered to land unexpectedly at Gander International Airport. The characters in the musical are based on actual Gander residents and stranded travelers they housed and fed. Let's see. So it was like award-winning musical, I think. Was it like the population of the town was not that big to begin with. Let's see, I don't know if it has just play dates and stuff. Yeah, so to have 7,000 people suddenly fled this small little town, but the way that they actually were hospitable to them You know, it shows that type of like relationship and stuff that we have with Americans when it comes to crises and stuff, and how we tend to help each other and look out for each other. So back to Pierre Poilievre's tweet. Our weak, empathetic NDP Liberal government has failed to make these obvious points. I will fight for Canada. When I am Prime Minister, we will rebuild our military and take back control of the border to secure both Canada and the US. We will take back control of our Arctic to keep Russia and China out. We will tax. Okay, and then it's just slogan, 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 slogan. In other words, we will put Canada first. You know, when you have America first policies and then Canada first policies, and they kind of go head to head, it never works out that well. Guy cat on my lap. Yeah, let's get comfortable. There we go. And since I was looking that up, I just want to see quickly if I can find that tweet with the showing the energy. Sorry. I just remember seeing it and thinking, oh, that's really good. I should mark it, and then do it. Was it electricity? Somebody else has the tweet, that would be helpful. I'm not finding it, unfortunately. It was a good demonstration of just how much we control in the way of energy. Sorry about that. So that was from Pierre Poilievre. Yes, I'm getting a little bit disjointed and my flow is getting a little bit rough because, again, I'm tired. I've been up, like, I know being up since 8 o'clock in the morning doesn't seem like much to a lot of people, but considering I don't go to bed till 3 o'clock, and I tried to go to sleep early, but then when you try to go to sleep early, you don't exactly sleep well. So I'm only going on like 4 or 5 hours of sleep here. Well, Jugmeat also sent this out finally. You know, it only took till yesterday. Cut the crap, Donald. No Canadian wants to join you. We are proud Canadians, proud of the way we take care of each other and defend our nation. Your attacks will hurt jobs on both sides of the border. You come for Canadian jobs, American will pay price. And that is true. Like all this threat of tariffs and stuff like that, and energy and commerce and stuff. It's like you're antagonizing your biggest trading partners, and it will only end up hurting your own people as well. Why are you doing this? Like, he already won. Trump already won. He doesn't need to do this to stoke up his base. And so this video is from Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party, and it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but I kind of like it. And again, I kind of wish that Justin Trudeau had said something along these lines, when it first happened. Not because I think of anything strong or anything, but mockery is a good way to fight bullies.
So no, sorry. And I really also take offense, sorry, Mr. Trump, took offense to your idea that Pierre Poilievre wasn't good enough to lead the Conservatives. Wayne Gretzky, I mean, he's great.
I covered that. So apparently Donald Trump was saying Wayne Gretzky should run to be Prime Minister of Canada, because that's exactly how you become Prime Minister in this country. You just put your name in the hat in the ring or something like that, and that's how you run to become Prime Minister. Yeah. And after all the groveling and everything that Pierre Poilievre has done towards Trump, for him to just turn around and be like, I think Wayne Gretzky should, because he knows Wayne Gretzky and they're friends. Abernathy.
He is the great one. He skates to where the puck is going. It's not going to MAGA. The puck is on a Canadian ice rink. And by the way, Mr. Trump, please, before making public pronouncements that Wayne Gretzky should run for Prime Minister, give yourself or get yourself a briefing on the nature of parliamentary democracy, a Westminster parliamentary system, and a constitutional monarchy where no one runs for Prime Minister. We have elections for members of parliament. We don't get to pick and choose among our billionaire friends for who gets a seat at the cabinet table. If they're not...
Although generally speaking, in order to run for office, you need to be quite wealthy. It screens out a lot of people who might be more activist and advocate mind orientated, because you need a lot of money. There are no people living with poverty who have made it into office, like provincial or federal office.
An elected member of parliament. Well, Canadian system is different from that of the United States of America. I suggest that Mr. Trump find one of his grandchildren's school books and look at the year 1776, which may explain a few things to him about why our systems of government are different. I don't want to belittle Mr. Trump, but on the other hand, hey, Donald, have we got a deal for you?
I don't want to belittle you, but I will.
You think we want to be the 51st state? Nah, but maybe California would like to be the 11th province. How about it? California, Oregon, Washington, you've got geography in common with us. And not only that, we've already got a carbon trading system between California and Quebec. We've got some strong alliances on our west coast from British Columbia. There's been a lot of academic papers on the idea of Cascadia. So California, Governor Newsom, and Washington State, Jay Inslee, and newly elected Governor of Oregon, Tina Kotek. How about it? Want to put a referendum to your citizens? Because this is what you deal. Have we got a deal for you?
I think per capita, there's probably more Americans that would want to be Canadians than there would be Canadians that want to be American. Just saying.
This is what you get. Free health care. Universal free health care. No more one-year-olds who suddenly fall off the Medicaid list and their parents are in the news because they're trying to do a GoFundMe so they can get their daughter to a doctor. Universal free health care. And guess what? Those gun laws that your Congress is too afraid to pass because of the national gun lobby, we already got our strict gun laws. That's why we have the safest streets around the world, or at least in the United States, by the way, the most recent stats, 5.9 out of every 100,000 people is killed in a fatal gun incident versus 0.88 per 100,000 in Canada. That's because we have strict gun laws. California citizens, Oregon, Washington, safer streets. Here we already have good gun laws, and women have a right to an abortion under our universal health care system. But, we don't have to stop there. Donald, think about it. You could get rid of all these states that always vote Democrat. You know what else will take Bernie Sanders off your hands? Proud new Canadian citizen of the great province of Vermont. Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. We'd love to see you. Our maritime provinces already have deep, deep links and ties. Well, enough kidding around. But honestly, President Trump, get used to it. Canada is a sovereign nation full of, guess what, proud Canadians. We're not jingoistic. We don't boast a lot. That's one of the things we kind of have in common with Jimmy Carter. We're not a big nation for braggarts and bullies. We actually like to think we're of service in the world. We could do better. We can always do better. But we love our country. And it's a country. It's a nation. And we do not aspire to be a 51st state. So let's not hear that anymore. If it was a joke, it was never funny. And it ends now. Thanks. So
I do like that. If it was a joke, it was never funny, and it ends now. Well, Doug Ford has been very active, and he's been very vocal. And so he's been pushing back against Donald Trump in a way that, again, I wish Justin Trudeau would. And you see, unfortunately, it has led to things like this guy here, who I don't like really promoting on my channel. Canada's offering to buy Alaska, Minnesota from Trump. Let's fucking go. I'm turning into a Doug Ford guy. People are now overlooking all of the horrible shit Donald Trump has done simply because he's looking strong in this moment. Like that negative approval rating, him being the worst approved premier in all of Canada, is rapidly changing because of his peacocking around this. That's it. You know, good for Ford. We need more of this. Like, it's just... But let's hear what he has to actually say about this.
You know, under my watch for Ontario, I'd never be for that at all. We have the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest province anywhere. Any sub-sovereign nation is Ontario, and the rest of the provinces as well.
You think he's joking?
We would, you know something, to the president, I'll make him a counteroffer. How about if we buy Alaska, and we'll throw in Minnesota and Minneapolis at the same time? So, you know, it's not realistic. I know he likes making these comments, and he likes joking around. I take that seriously. He may be joking, but under my watch, that will never, ever happen. You know, under...
It's kind of like when we're so desperate for something and it's finally given to us, we don't necessarily care who it's from. Like if you have been dying of thirst for a long, long time, but then, you know, the local gang or a drug lord or something says, here's some water, you know, so long as you stay in my good graces, you're going to take it. And so here's Doug Ford filling in this vacuum of strength that we so desperately want in this country when it comes to this issue. And in return, he'll get the votes. Like, it's just... the amount of social murder this man is responsible for. And he's not faced any consequences. None. For everything, all the horrific things he's done, all the things he's doing. But now, because he's strong in this one moment, and it's a very public moment, people are like, no, I get it. I kind of like him now. Well, he's been doing this a lot, though. Doug Ford has been kind of like on a tour, going around to different news networks to talk about this. We won't watch all of them, but we'll just kind of get a feel for some of them. And then one of them we will watch all of. So I want Canada and America to be the richest, most prosperous, safest, and most successful countries on the planet. Canada has critical minerals, oil, and nuclear energy needed to make it happen. Let's get to work and build a fortress AmCan. And this is him on CNN.
President-elect Trump still threatened 25% tariffs on Canadian imports, chirping Governor Trudeau in his posts.
So when Trump today said, many people in Canada love being the 51st state, he put the word love in all caps. Together, what a great nation it would be. How do you even respond to that? I mean, on a certain level, it was a joke. Now here we are, and Justin Trudeau is gone, and your finance minister is gone. The entire government is sort of gone into chaos. all on the back of these things Trump has said. So when Trump says this today about the 51st state, how do you respond?
Well, I can appreciate his sense of humor, and I kind of went back about buying Alaska, but, you know, something is just not realistic. We're a sovereign country. We're proud. Canadians, just like Americans, are proud. What I want to do is make sure that we build a Fortress AMCAN.
So Fortress AMCAN. And it's like, oh, he's just joking. He's joking. And so here we have, just later on the next day, whether it's reshoring supply chains from China to bring jobs back home, workers are sharing Ontario critical minerals for new technology. Canada and the US will always be so much stronger together. I was thrilled to join BBC News to talk about building Fortress AMCAN. And again, he's been going on these press tours. And the thing is that this is international relations. He shouldn't be doing this. International relations is a federal issue. The federal government should be dealing with it. Granted, they've been doing nothing. So Doug Ford shouldn't be inserting himself in this. It's not in his lane. It's not his jurisdiction, as they so often love to say when they're deflecting who's responsible for what. But this time, it really is not in his jurisdiction to be doing this sort of thing.
And we can speak live now to the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford. Mr. Ford, thank you very much for joining us tonight on...
Because you notice how none of the other premiers are going on these sorts of press junkets?
BBC News, good to have you with us. I want to...
Thank you for having me on.
Great to have you. I want to ask you, first of all, about what we heard from Prime Minister Trudeau today, saying that Canada needs a reset in its politics. Do you think this was the right decision at the right time?
Well, I feel the Prime Minister was feeling internal. We need to onshore. A day of crude oil goes down to the
that Canada would need to, quote, retaliate hard if there are...
So now they're talking about the tariffs and stuff as well.
Their electricity.
Oh, he talked about electricity. Let's just go there.
By $1 a gallon. They rely on Ontario for their electricity. We keep the lights on to 1.5 million homes and businesses in the U.S. We have critical minerals that China just cut them off of their critical minerals.
So on and so forth. Well, he wasn't done. He went on Fox News yet again. This time, they actually got a video feed of him as opposed to last time. But he's on with Jesse Waters. And I don't think this interview quite went the way Doug Ford thought it was going to go. And to me, it takes a very... Well, we'll see it. So Doug Ford tweets out, "I've got a better deal for President Trump. Let's work together to build Fortress AMCAN and take on the world. When Canada and the U.S. work together as two proud independent countries, we're unstoppable."
Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, Canada, joins me now. All right, Premier. By the way, I loved your brother. We did an interview. Great guy.
Yeah,
what's your problem with the United States?
Yeah, I loved your dead brother. Okay, let's start the interview.
All right, Premier. By the way, I loved your brother. We did an interview. Great guy.
Yeah,
what's your problem with the United States absorbing Canada?
Well, first of all, Jesse, you know, I love the U.S. I love Americans, and I get it. You know, President-elect Trump is a real estate tycoon. He's made billions, but that property's not for sale. As simple as that. But I have a better idea, Jesse. Why don't we create Fortress AMCAN and make sure it's the richest, wealthiest, most prosperous jurisdiction in 2 countries anywhere in the world. We have the critical minerals, we have the energy, we have the electricity that America needs.
So here he is going on Fox News like, oh no, I'm on safe territory. Like, let's all get along. It's like, if only there was in there a metaphor for, or example of this type of behavior where you're going into what you think is hostile territory to see where you can get along and that it's all going to work out and we're just going to be buddies and maybe, hell, maybe we'll even grab a beer after this.
And there's only one place I'd want to sell it to, and that's the U.S.
Well, you could sell it to us or we could all own it together, and that's a choice we can all make together. You say this isn't for sale, but everything has a price, the $1 million.
And then Jesse Watter just comes out and he's like totally owning this conversation. It's like, well, you say this, but I say this, and we're going to own that, and you can do this. And it's really like that schoolyard bully dictating to other kids what they can and can't get away with in order to keep in his good graces.
Our man says that. Can you think of this more as a merger instead of an acquisition? Don't think about being taken over. Think about this as a coming together.
Yeah, we can come together on a great trade deal. We're two greatest countries in the world. Do you know what the problem is? I've lived 20 years in the U.S. Matter of fact, I spent a lot of time in Philly, where you did, for 7 years, and in Chicago. There's not one American that I speak to out there, Jesse, that has a problem with Canada. Do you know what the problem is? China's the problem. China is shipping in cheap parts into Mexico, and then Mexico.
And there goes Doug Ford with, oh, we're the good ones. We're the good ones. You know who's bad? That China and Mexico. They're the ones that we need to team up against them. But we're the good ones. Like, we're leopards too. Can't you see the spots? You can see the spots. We're leopards. Yeah. So we can work together to take on China and Mexico, our other major trading partners.
Slapping a Made in Mexico sticker on, shipping it up through the U.S. and Canada, costing American and Canadian jobs.
Just the smug. Oh my God. I thought, Justin Trudeau has smarmy, smuggy face, but this face, oh, so smug. So like he knows he has Doug Ford just like, licking the bottom of his shoes. How many licks till you get to the sole of the foot? Well, Doug Ford knows.
Like, Mexico has to make a choice, Jesse.
I get
They're
it.
either with Beijing or Washington.
No, I get it. I get it. You say that Americans don't have a problem with Canadians, and we don't. But it seems like you have a problem with us. Because if I were a citizen of another country and I was a neighbor of the United States, I would consider it a privilege to be taken over by the United States of America. That's what everybody else in the world wants. American citizenship. For some reason, that's repellent to you Canadians. And I find that personally offensive, Premier.
Well,
Okay, am I the only one that heard that and thought it sounded super rapey? Like, it makes me feel sick the way he said that. That no, you should see this as like some sort of privilege that I'm giving you. And knowing that he sabotaged a woman's car, let the air out of her tires so that she had to turn to him for a ride home. And he did that to cheat on his wife and eventually marry her. But just the way he said that, I can't be the only one to hear that and just get like this super, like rapey vibe from that. And it's going to get worse. So we'll just backtrack a little bit.
It seems like you have a problem with us. Because if I were a citizen of another country and I was a neighbor of the United States, I would consider it a privilege to be taken over by the
You should consider it a privilege that I want to fuck you right now.
United States of America. That's what everybody else in the world wants. American citizenship. For some reason, that's repellent to you Canadians. And I find that personally offensive, Premier.
And the fact that you don't want to fuck me is quite offensive.
Well, you know something, Jesse? We're proud Canadians, just like there's proud Americans. And if we join together and take on the world with a great trade deal between us, I think that'd be fabulous. No one could stop us.
And you can see in Doug's face, it's like, this conversation is not going the way I thought it was going to go. I thought that this douche canoe over here was going to be like, Oh, yeah, you're great. You're super great. Yeah, totally on board with this. We'll go get a beer afterwards.
That's the point, because Trump says we're paying to protect Canada a lot, but Canada's ripping America off on trade. So why don't we just redraw the map to make it fair?
So we're the largest trading partner in the world, 1.3 trillion. So the only area that we have a little upper hand is
Mexico
on
has
the-
you beat, but you're a close second. Go ahead.
So we ship down 4.3 million barrels a day down to the U.S. Ontario is the third largest trading partner in the world with $500 billion of two-way trade split down the middle. Jesse, 9 million Americans wake up every single morning to produce products for Ontario alone. I love the Americans.
And then here he is like, this is why we should have consensual sex, though. Like, here are all the things that we can do together. Like, this is why it should be consensual. This whole thing is just so disgusting. And it gets worse.
I look forward to working with the new administration.
All right, so this might just have to be a hostile takeover. Let's move on. I see.
All right, well, since you don't want to sleep with me voluntarily, I might just have to hostilely take it from you.
We are going to agree to disagree. Want to go halvesies on Greenland?
No, we're good. You know, I hope Don Jr. is wearing those winter woolies, keeping warm over there.
All right, very much appreciated you joining Jesse Waters Prime Time. We'll do this again.
He actually looks like he's in a hostage video right there. Like, he has this understanding of, I looked so weak and pathetic in this interview. Like, he sees it. He knows.
Soon. Maybe
Jesse.
next time we'll be brethren. We'll see how it shakes out.
You have a lot of fans in Canada, Jesse. You take care, my friend.
We love the Canadians. Thank you so much.
So keep all of that in mind. Because it's not like Jesse Waters was done talking about all of this.
Gets the best terms for us. Now, I looked into Greenland.
No, you didn't.
I did. So the pros of Greenland are a lot of minerals, great. You could project a lot of force to...
Yeah, so here he is again talking about how, oh, we should take over Greenland and Panama Canal, and then he'll get back into Canada again.
Counter Russia through there. But it's also a very poor country, and we basically do whatever we want there anyway, and it would really piss off Denmark and all of Scandinavia, and they would ruin our access to the North Sea and the Baltic. See, I did study, Greg. And then in terms of Panama, yes, I definitely think they need to reduce the transit rates because we're getting ripped off every time we sail through there. But I don't want to occupy that stupid country. It's run by cartels. That'd be a mess. Canada. At first I wanted it, and I tried to divide it into 2 states. And then I realized we'd be adding Montana, basically, for the Republicans, and electorally like a Texas for the Democrats. And I don't like that. But the fact that they don't want us to take them over makes me want to invade. I want to quench my imperialist thirst.
Oh. Again, to me, this just seems super, super rapey. The fact that they don't want it makes me want to take it from them. Like, oh. Like, I think a lot of people focus on like, oh yeah, he's an imperialist, Warner, like he just wants war and stuff. But the way he says this, knowing his history, it has like it sets off a certain revulsion in me that I haven't felt with the way anyone else has been talking about this. But just his smugness, the way he's talking about taking things that don't, like, oh, all of it. All of it. I can't be the only one that feels this with him.
And good for you. You know, Harold, Donald Trump was talking about the transition, and he's right. It's as disturbing as Rachel Levine's. Here you have, it's such a...
And then they have to immediately throw in a transphobic joke. But Doug Ford is just so insistent. Working together, Canada and the United States will be the richest, most successful, safest, and most secure countries on the planet. Let's go building Fortress AmCan, starting with integrated AmCan energy and electricity grid empowers unprecedented prosperity. But you see, the thing is that Doug Ford has already kind of conceded to Donald Trump. So Doug Ford has also tweeted this out. Ontario is launching Operation Deterrence. Our plan is to crack down on illegal cross-border activity and protect communities on both sides of the border. Operation Deterrence includes a team of 200 officers that will work alongside frontline and specialty officers focused on detecting, disrupting, and deterring illegal border activity using fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters, drones, boats, off-road vehicles, and foot patrol. We're doing more to protect the safety and security of Canadian and American communities. So he's just capitulating to Donald Trump. Again, I'm one of the good ones. You shouldn't be going after me. Look at all the good things I'm doing. Plus, I'm a leopard. Yeah, I'm a leopard up here in Canada. You shouldn't eat my face. This is just a bit more from that. Ontario launches Operation Deterrence to strengthen security along Ontario-U.S. border. Quick facts. I was planning on reading this whole thing, but I am drastically running out of steam. I've been at this for 4.5 hours. That's about the amount of sleep I've had last night. And I've been up since 8 o'clock in the morning. So you can just read it on the screen if you want. Yes, I'm doing that cop-out right now. Yep, you can read it on the screen. You can freeze it. You can read the quick facts. But basically, Doug Ford is still doing what Donald Trump wants, hoping that, if he just says the right things, the nice words, if he goes along, if he finds that middle ground with people that want to do him harm, if he just finds that middle ground that they can agree on, then they can go have a beer afterwards. But let's see, how eager are Canadians to become Americans? Polling Canada, would you or would you not like Canada to become the 51st state of the United States? 82% say no. And 13% said yes. Of course, the PPC and the CPC have the highest percent. Or the lowest percent among the no's. PPC, definitely. They're the party that thought that the Conservatives who ran with the slogan "Secure the Future" wasn't racist enough for them. Wasn't extremist enough for them. So I think that, you know what? Canada and the United States, we should just have like an armistice day or something where all the Americans that want to become Canadian can just come up here, and all the Canadians that want to become American can just go down there. We can just have one day or something where we can all just swap so that people can become part of the country that they want to become a part of. I'm pretty sure the population of Canada would double, while Americans would only gain, a few thousand people, realistically. Oh. But those were all the articles and stuff that I wanted to get through for the most part. And I am just super tired. Like I said, I've probably been doing this stream for about as long as I slept last night. And so for those of you who are joining me now, or joining me a bit late, next week on Tuesday at 8 p.m., Boston Brian will be on my show. I have no idea what we're going to talk about yet, other than, politics. Plus, for those of you who know, American coming onto my show for the first time. No warning him. Let's see. Yeah. Monday, bit of a pain in the ass for me because when all this news was breaking, I was too busy to get in front of a camera. Had a headlight out, so I went to the car garage. It's like, oh yeah, I just need a bulb. Turns out, no. a critter chewed through the wiring of the headlight. The bulb was just fine. So I needed a part. And so that light bulb cost me over $100. Though Abernathy is in the clear because I don't let my cats outside. Because he's kind of notorious for chewing through cords. So any help through PayPal or Patreon or all of that sort of stuff, greatly appreciated. E-transfer if you're Canadian. But let's check the Sandbox. Oh, I'm starting to look run down too. With my fancy hair. Yeah, it's one of the things. My hair either looks too fancy for my outfit or it's too messy. But why don't I take it down now? It's that time of night where you just kind of want to unclip your hair, unwind. Get the clip all tangled up in your curly hair. That's how it goes. There we go. Oh. Curly hair is so fun sometimes. Let's check the Sandbox. Welcome to the Sandbox, John Martinez. Let's see. South Scout is taken. One of these days, I'm gonna learn how to say your name. I said months ago that we have entered Let's Pray Trump Doesn't Keel Over in JD Vance, or JV Dance, as you say, becomes president territory. Yeah. Reality is we're in this place where there are no good outcomes. We're just hoping for the least worst one at this point. But no matter what happens, a lot of people are going to get hurt. But it doesn't mean you stop trying to fight. It means you fight harder. B-Cat. Oh, he found his. Those look like blue globes. 2 of them. The Wild West ban X from all countries that don't want Elon interfering in their governance. I'm so serious. I get it. No, I totally get it, but it's one of the things that conflict me because there's a lot of people that do mutual aid, communities, have friends, networks, all of that sort of stuff that they've spent, for some people, over a decade building on this platform. You know, some people get money, run their business, all that sort of stuff. And for it to suddenly go away can be devastating for a lot of people. Like on Blue Sky, I don't have nearly the same connections and community and stuff that I have on Twitter still. So I'd just much rather see it like, you know, the Canadian government buys it and then nationalizes it. Because a platform like Twitter should be, you know, it should be seen as the town square and nationalized and made as a public space. The Wild West, leader of our Green Party, I believe. They are very small. You talking about Elizabeth May? Yeah, she's the leader of the Green Party, and there's two of them. Two of them in Parliament. I've had Mike Morris, the other Green MP, on my channel. Jed, I guess that makes sense. Green in Canada likely is also very different from green over here. The green over here isn't very popular, but they aren't exactly consistent like anything. Actually, probably not too much difference. The Greens here also struggle with consistency on issues, especially things like Israel and Palestine. But they allow their members to have more flexibility in what they believe and agree and vote on and stuff. It's basically, I guess the easiest way to describe the base of the party is conservatives that care about the environment. That said, Mike Morris, the Green MP who has been on my show, is extremely progressive and right on the issues, and is a wonderful, wonderful politician. The Wild West, I do have a problem with Jesse and his eyebrows. He looks like he has no soul. John Martinez, Jesse's own family banned him from the holidays. They don't want fascism in their home. Yeah, no, the way he was speaking and everything just gave me huge, huge rapey vibes from him. Jet, not at all. Sandy, listening to Waters makes me feel like my soul's being covered in dumpster fluid. Ugh. John Martinez, that's the whole culture at Fox News. Rupert Murdoch, Fox Sport has his own grapey culture as well. Yeah. I jumped. John Davis, damn it, Sandy, it was a house hippo. If it was a house hippo that chewed through the wires in my car, then it wasn't a house hippo. House hippos live in houses. Speaking of a house hippo, this cat is a bit of a hippo. Yes, you are. You're a bit of a hippo. Oh, do you find me tasty? Oh, let's see. The Wild West. It's like Wife Swap International Edition. Yeah, Jet saying, I'm all for that, Sandy. I'll trade my healthcare system any day. In the Wild West. And we lose all of our worst people. Yay. Pretty much anyone that would want to suddenly go over and become American are generally speaking people that I would not be upset at seeing leave Canada. Hello, Matthew the Celt. You're just on time for me to totally call an end to this because I am running out of steam fast. And people talking about my kitty, and I'm at the bottom of the sandbox. I'm trying to think if there'll be another stream before Tuesday. Because I'm actually fairly busy this week. I might be able to hop on Sunday. If not, then definitely Tuesday with Boston Brian, which should be a really fun conversation. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, I'm fairly busy this week, so I don't know if I'll come on again. Plus, I want to focus a little bit more time on the video about TYT that I'm working on. I've got a good chunk of the script done, but I need to start editing together the montages and sizzlers and all the clips that I'm doing. And there's a ton of clips in this. So many. And then they just keep on giving TYT. Because yesterday I caught a clip of their commercial break where Cenk immediately starts ripping apart the left again. And then there's like a half-hour long conversation he had with David Pakman that just got posted today that I'm going to watch for analysis sake. So, yeah. Anyway. I am pretty run down. So, unless there's any more questions or anything for the day, I'm going to be signing off. Still kind of annoyed I couldn't find that one graph. As I quickly look through Twitter. Let's see. Apparently the fires in California are devastating some rich people. And then Anonymous has just posted, while Trump threatens to invade Canada and his mega movement bullies and harass Canadians and other U.S. allies, Canadians are busy saving Americans from burning alive. Canadian air crews in Los Angeles risk their lives to save U.S. civilians. In time of crisis, our countries do tend to come together, which, would be a shame to lose should Doug Ford suddenly become Donald Trump. I keep on getting their names mixed up, especially when I'm this tired. But I'm just trying to randomly scroll to see if I can find that one graph. But the thing is that, once you see it on Twitter, it goes by so fast that your chances are you're not going to see it again. And as I'm scrolling, I'm like, oh, this will be good for my next live stream. This will be good for my next live stream. That's why I can't go too long without a live stream. Ooh, just now, Canadian immigration minister attacks the Trump administration, says they couldn't find Canada on a map, and compares the government to episode of South Park. Okay, I'm kind of curious.
There's a chance in hell it's going to happen. They'd have to find us on a map, but it'll take them maybe a few years. Look, I said a couple weeks ago, this is like an episode of South Park. I'll start to get worried when they confirm Eric Cartman as the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This is, it's silly. It's unbecoming, frankly, of a president, any president that would say that. But we do have to take it seriously, and I think there's a chance in hell.
Oh, that was nowhere near as entertaining as I thought it would be. Ugh. Let's see. As Scouts is taken, leftists AMLO managed to get the record of $500K necessary as opposed to elective surgeries, never happening because he took money from their budget for his cash transfer programs. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by all of that. Jet, so Bad Religion has a song called Los Angeles and Burning, an exact prediction of what occurred with this fire. Yeah. Oh, hello, other kitty. Going to get another cat on my lap. Okay, I have a 2 kitty lap right now. This is that's $1 million house, more Malibu, wealthiest affluent places on the entire planet now burning to ashes. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Pretty intense what's going on right now. Hi. I now have 2 cats on my lap. And the thing is I'm not the type of person to be like, oh, well, they're rich or something of that sort. I don't want to see people's homes burn down. Like the amount of irreplaceable things, like chances are if they're rich, they can financially recover. But it's all the things in their house that are irreplaceable that they can't get back that, you know, I have some compassion for. Not to mention there could be pets or things of that sort, and yeah. You're just watching me stroll through Twitter at this point. This is what's left of Pacific Palisades. The mall survived. Most, everything else is gone. Homes, apartment complexes, business. Okay, you two both on my lap at the same time. You're like cutting off circulation. Come on. There we go. There we go. Hi. Come on. Down you go. There you go. Oh. Okay. So, everyone, join me Tuesday for sure with Boston Brian. Should be a lot of fun. Other than that, nothing new in the sandbox, so I'm going to call it a night. I always feel like I should end with these, even though you guys all know this. I'm looking forward to getting a chance to work a little bit more on my book, updating it, making a few edits that I want to put in, and then doing the audio versions of it. I kind of want to have the edits put in and hopefully have it available in hard copy on Amazon by the time I release my TYT video, because I'm going to do a cheeky plug of my book in it, because let's just say there's enough sound clips of Jenk saying my book that it would almost feel wrong if I didn't also plug my book. And yeah, you all know the routine, but and hopefully I can get into the majority report. I've tried calling in yesterday and today. What is today? Is today Tuesday, Wednesday? Today is Wednesday. Okay, I've tried calling in all 3 days, I think, this week, to talk about, you know, politics, Canada, and to actually tell them how to pronounce Poilievre's name. As far as Americans are concerned, it's pronounced Skippy. And, oh, right, Left Past 10 is on, so everyone go check out Left Past 10. And with that, I really need to not be in front of the bright lights right now. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.